cars and go all alone, all alone, and I am not alone. And I'm up the mountain and look at the sky. It is cloudy and gray and clear blue at the same time. All that you ever wanted before was a small part. Open up my eyes, oh Lord, open my heart. I don't wanna be so bold to think I could think so bold. Don't watch my big ego and beat it until I fall. Put it in my back pocket and burn it before your throne. Let me move without it cluttering my cold. Act like the desert and let the wind shape you. You're not the main character, you're just your point of view. Let not the tyranny of vanity keep you from God. Head on up the mountain and look at the sky. It is cloudy and gray and clear blue at the same time. All that you ever saw before was a small part. Open up my eyes, oh Lord, open my heart. Heading on up and heading back down again. Tell me, Lord, will I ever truly ascend? Stings when I get too close sometimes and I don't know if I'll ever be good enough to come home. I'm putting down my foot again. I'm blowing up the sun again. I'm not the battle-worn soldier I thought I was. Might as well go down with the rest of them. No more saying the wrong things. A wooden cross and no wedding ring. I'll let my heart do the talking from now on. Only God can hear my thoughts. Calm down and let me see your face. In the mountains where I catch a trace. All alone, and I'm not alone. The weatherman goes home. Volunteers pack their cars and go. All alone, and I am not alone. And I'm up the mountain and look at the sky. It is cloudy and gray and clear blue at the same time. All that you ever wanted before was a small part. Open up my eyes, oh Lord, open my heart. I don't wanna be so bold to think I could think so bold. Don't watch my big ego and beat it until I fall. Put it in my back pocket and burn it before your throne. Let me move without it cluttering my cold. Act like the desert and let the wind shape you. You're not the main character, you're just your point of view. Let not the tyranny of vanity keep you from God. sky. It is cloudy and gray and clear blue at the same time. All that you ever saw before was a small part. Open up my eyes, oh Lord, open my heart. Heading on up and heading back down again. Tell me, Lord, will I ever truly ascend? Stings when I get too close sometimes, and I don't know if I'll ever be good enough to come home.
The flute's still playing. How beautiful. Oh, didn't even mean that, but I like it. So I like that. Where is that? Howdy, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're doing good today. We're going to look at some stuff today, as per usual. If you guys are wondering who the singing in the music was, that's Hello Listener from his new album, Normaler. If you want to support good music, creativity, and someone who's a good standing Christian, go get that, Normaler. You can find that at Colossal Squid Records and on Bandcamp. So there's that. Today we're going to look at, someone, TMM, who the dude never debates, but he hides behind his all pre-made videos. We're going to look at his title, Jim Bob Loses Debate, which under naturalism is impossible. You can't lose a debate under naturalism. Will he address my position? Probably not. There's another video. Sparks Fly, as famous philosopher, claims evil disproves God. The funny part about that is evil proves God. It doesn't disprove God. It's actually the opposite. If God didn't exist, evil doesn't exist. It's pretty simple. So it's not that hard.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Am I gonna get all mad today? Let's get this show on the road with some taxes. Yes, thank you, Josiah. I really appreciate that. It does rely fully on your taxes. The small island of Jortlandia does not exist without you guys. And I don't take any vacuum promos, I can't, look at me. What am I going to sell? What company looks at me and goes, oh yeah, that's the guy who's going to do it? Anyway, looking at a wild world out there, looking at Twitter, looking at the increased, is despondency the right word? I don't know. I'm learning new words. I'll just use that for now. People just generally not having it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a general, a perpetual not having it. People are just, done with every angle of life. And to me, what I see is orthodoxy is like the only group of people who are, not everybody. It's not like everyone who's baptized Orthodox suddenly can sort of separate these things, but what I do see, at least from the limited online world, is that orthodoxy is the one thing that's stable through it all. That you participate in orthodoxy, you go to liturgy, you participate in the sacraments, and that's the through line of everything. The only true story ultimately is Christianity, and you're in it. And so I could see why people get really upset and lost in the sauce on all this stuff, because they're not really grounding themselves in the true story. They're grounding themselves in a sort of worldly story. And it's really easy to do, and we all do it. We all get caught up in the worldly story, not as opposed to the outer worldly story that we're called to participate in. Shoulder pads? Yeah, I could do that. I could probably sell shoulder pads. Yeah. So you don't have to kiss the wall? Yeah. You don't have to sign up for new Oculus Kiss the Wall, virtual Kiss the Wall. Here's my taxes, where you get the name Jortlandia. Oh, because I wear jorts. I wear cutoff shorts. I'm known to wear some cutoff shorts. They're not jorts, though. They're not all jeans, you know. I hurt the Anglican to Freemason feelings last night on Cleve's stream. My bad, but Mason ideals are demonic. Yeah, they were really... I got to hand it to Cleve. He has a really sort of approachable way of prodding and picking and pecking at the opposition, where they still feel like welcome, which they are. It's not like it's a front. It's not like he's faking it. It's just that we're not used to that. And that was it's frustrating to watch that guy answer some of the questions and just not get to the core of it. He's just not fundamentally understanding. Cleve will bring up a question in a very fun, kind way, like, "Oh yeah, but you guys don't actually listen to the instructions." And he's like, "Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we don't. No, it says here that that at this council you venerate, right? This is a held view for centuries." And he's like, "Well, yeah, I mean, we kind of do, but I mean, it's like we just take a different approach to that." And Cleve's just like, "Yeah, that's what I'm saying." And he's like, "Yeah, no, we do. We don't hold to that." Cleve's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't hold to it. It's like, yeah, what's the problem? Me and my fiance are getting baptized Saturday before Pentecost and married in October. Nice. Glory to God. God bless you, Jim Bob. Go to liturgy. Thank you, Tanner. Yeah, go to liturgy, everyone. That's beautiful. Megan and myself, we're actually doing all of the meetings with the priest to also participate in a proper crowning as well. We're figuring that out as well. So Cleve is very educated. Very educated. Peter, yeah, he wasn't having it. Yeah, he was also very nice and kind about it, but very stern. I think that was a good conversation because it wasn't like a debate, and people need that sometimes. We all love the blood sports and the non-blood sports debates, but like that conversational style is just right for some people, That's just the right way to do it for some people. And the people need to hear that. That's the right way for them to hear it. Anyway, so there's that. See a lot of antics going on. I'm actually very skeptical of anyone online at this point, and I think you guys should be too, who have the purple white imprint. Is it that way? Yeah, purple Orthodox cross emoji. I think there is at this point a very concerted effort to dilute online, what we call online orthodoxy. Now, I don't hold to there's such a thing as online orthodoxy. I'm just colloquially saying people who are Orthodox who are online, who participate in exchanges and mini debates and talking points and education and the rest of it, right? I think there's, at this point, it would be kind of undeniable to say that there's a concerted effort to dilute it. Why? Because it's been powerful. And I know that there are people and there are priests and there are different parishes and different communities who think online orthodoxy is a no-no and it's bad ultimately and it's like yucky and whatever. But the reality is this is our era. This is the generation we're in. We're in a generation where people are connected online. We're in a generation that if you don't populate on the online world with a representation of orthodoxy that leads people into the church physically, then other people are going to populate it. That's just the reality. What you wish is irrelevant. What you wish, how you wish it were to be is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. What's been shown is that young men are seeking a sacrificial life. Young men are seeking tradition, stability. They want a firm place to put their feet, and they're finding it at least as a sign. Now, this is an analogy I use. Online orthodoxy isn't orthodoxy. It's a sign on the road. It's a sign. And that sign has been very effective. And if it's very effective, people are going to take it and graffiti the sign. They're going to put up fake signs like the kids do when you're a teenager. You dig up the sign and rearrange it and have it face the other way or have it say something else. That's what I see with the online world now, is that people are slapping the Orthodox cross on their accounts, and they're not known people, and they're misdirecting people. And I think it's nefarious. Now, there's another element to that I think is not, well, ultimately it would be a concerted effort, which is like this very aggressive ecumenism trend that you're going to constantly see and see more of inside of Orthodoxy, for sure. Probably to the point of an eventual split, or a schism, like a new schism. But that doesn't help either. And it's very bizarre, especially given the recent developments with Father Seraphim Rose. Like, that being released to the public and to the online world is just, you start to see, like, people, it's so bizarre. There are people who like are fighting it. They're like, it's not yet. It's not affirmed or official yet. And it's like, dude, who are you? What are you doing? It's so weird. Then you wonder, like, is it an Orthodox person actually? You just don't know. And if it is, it's like, okay, we're in a weird spot then. You're right, Christ is the only solution. That's why we can't let the left win. They have no Jesus or Bible. Republicans who miss it every time. So I see that, a lot of that going on, and I wonder to what extent we manage that or not manage it. Just kind of see it for what it is, because it's not going to go away. It's going to increase. So, watch out for people who just have an emoji that's a cross. There's also people being used to well poison Orthodoxy. I don't know if you guys saw, it was like a recent rant from Elijah Schaefer, who obviously personal things going on. Pray for Elijah Schaefer, to what I can't know or even get into the details of it. But he's clearly going through some spiritual tribulation, and I see people using it to their advantage. There was a Catholic guy who used this little clip of Elijah, and he completely presented it as if it's let me see. I'll show you the clip here. He presented it, this guy Anthony Catholicism 1. He says Elijah describes his journey towards theosis as an Orthodox Christian. I don't even think Elijah is a catechumen, let alone Orthodox. And he says a radical transformation of life since everything came crashing down. And it's like saying that, right, Anthony, whoever you are, Anthony, saying that is so disingenuous and clearly shows the transparency. Like you don't care. That just shows you don't care. All you care about is that if there's a way to make Orthodoxy look bad, I'm going to utilize Elijah Schaefer going through something, whatever he's going through. I'm going to utilize that as a tactic. And I'm not saying that doesn't exist on every side, but when I see it, I could say it. So he's going through this thing, right? Like whatever he's going through something, right? Something's going on with this guy, and he's lashing out at the world or whatever. But for that guy to utilize this and present a false, poisoned image, a blemished image of Orthodoxy is so gross, dude.
Person cross me. You cross me, I'm going to fuck you the fuck up. And I already have a list of people. and I'm going to go one by one, and I'm going to fuck your shit up. I'm going to fuck the living shit out of your fucking stupid ass little lives, okay? And not incriminate myself. I'm not going to tell you who's on that list, but over the next several years, it could be 5 years from now, your shit's going to get fucking rocked, okay?
Yeah, and it's
Your
not,
shit's going to get rocked, and like I'm telling you, like one person who crossed me, I got their baby daddy to kick them out of the house and break up with them because they crossed me. I will fuck you. I will ruin your life for crossing me. And I'm sorry I didn't get even with people, and you might not know it's me. You might not know it's me, and if I do a good job, you won't know it's me. But your shit's gonna get fucked up, and I'm gonna make sure that it hurts. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that it's painful. Of course, talking about hypothetically of here, of course. We're talking about in the legal bounds. We're talking about legal stuff here.
Yeah.
But I'm going to get back at every one of you. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And you know what? I give the vengeance to him, but I believe in justice. And I'm not going to get revenge. I'm going to get justice. I'm not getting even. I'm going to make you feel what you tried to make me feel. And you're not going to like it. And you're a weaker person than me. You're fucking pieces of shit.
I gotta say, it's not a terrible Trump impression. Anyway, you get the point. It's like, obviously he's in some sort of reaction to something, whatever. He's doing something, you know. He needs prayer. He needs a spiritual father. He needs to become Orthodox. Yeah. But like this guy, Anthony, taking this as like, oh, look, this is what theosis looks like, guys. It's like, dude, stop. Is he gay now? That's what I thought. I don't know what's going on, dude. I can't speculate. Does he kind of sound like a lispy overlord? Yeah, a little bit, but who am I? Like, look at my shoulders. Like, people can possibly say the same for me. But anyway, he's like, that's the problem, is like, this is AI, not the words, but the hair. Oh, okay. That's the problem. And also that's the problem with people just jumping into Orthodoxy, right? If you're a big name and you're going through stuff, but you're a big name and you dip your feet into Orthodoxy, even at a low level, even like you post about it, right? You got to be responsible, right? You have to understand that, like, when you enter into Orthodoxy, even as an inquirer, if you make it super public, you are now looked at, right? And so that's something you got to consider. And then you wonder, okay, well, if what we already see is a trend of poisoning or blemishing the optics of Orthodoxy, if we already see that as a thing, it makes you kind of wonder, you know? It makes you wonder if that, you know, to the extent, remember, like, Bibi bought up TikTok, right? And obviously there's a concerted effort to make Israel look good and other people look bad, right? That's a well-developed practice. Well, I mean, why wouldn't there be groups of people who have power and money and influence to make Orthodoxy look bad through a variety of means, especially if it's popularized? But that's a problem, though. It's like you might not even need that. All you need is a famous person who kind of overcorrects toward Orthodoxy and then makes it very vocal. And they're not ready to be vocal. They're not ready to say this. They're not ready to represent Orthodoxy in any way. It's so hard to get into Orthodoxy if you're already a big social media person. Yeah, I could imagine. I could really imagine that. That what do? You're still showing yourself. You're still talking about your life. You're telling people what you're up to, right? You know? Elijah definitely showing the fruits of the Spirit. No. He's not. But the point is, neither is Anthony, the guy who posted a blemish on Orthodoxy. Like, that guy's wrong. That's a terrible, disgusting thing to do, Anthony. But whatever. You guys think you're worshiping the same. You think you guys are worshiping the Islamic God. So how can I blame you? Barely anyone knows that in your life. Yeah, it's a very, yeah, that's got to be rough, you know. And it's like, you know, Eliza Schaefer's always been, you know, since I knew the name, has been obviously public. And, you know, you show what you're doing, right? He got introduced to Orthodoxy, glory to God. He's been to liturgy, glory to God, you know. But there's the tendency to like, sort of like, I don't know. You like report on it. You tell the audience. But then you're, you know, if you're not careful in your inquiry and your journey in Orthodoxy and guided, then, you know, when you fall off the wagon, whatever that means, you know, go into a rage or do this or that, you know, then it's public. Suddenly public. So it's like you don't want to use orthodoxy as collateral or an increased attribute on your baseball card as a public figure, because when it goes bad, it goes down, right? It's like it's not a baseball card attribute. It ought not be used in that way. Darth Jeff, there was a priest working on catechesis recommending fasting from social media as a part of the course. I think that might become a normal thing, honestly. You know, now it's harder because if your income is this is what you're doing, you know, that works really well for people who have normal jobs who engage in social media. But people who are in media, they themselves, their identity is social media. It's like, what do you do? Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, other than really just guard your soul and practice, right? You can't totally detach unless you have the finance to do it. Just disappear, right? I guess you can just disappear. There's a danger of using orthodoxy the same way prods use "I'm saved" like a shield. Yeah, and I actually see it, Chaw, in my comments. If someone disagrees with me on like evolution or something or something else or rights, I usually get this preface. Just so you know, I'm Orthodox. And I'm like, I already don't like that. I'm gonna ankle bite you, but just so you know, I have Orthodox teeth. What? Look at my collar. I'm gonna ankle bite you and completely you know, try to thwart what you're saying and doing, but I just want you to know, look at my emoji on my collar. I'm like, that's sus too. That's sus too. How many flags? Not many, but I'm going to give you guys a week or so. I know it takes time to make a good flag. Got 2. Make the Jortlandia flag, and I'll turn it into an emoji whoever wins, and who knows what else. Who knows? Coming up on this week, I have a debate with Ron the Boomer again, right here, hosted on Modern Day Debate, but I'll present it here on whether or not the belief in God is reasonable. Should be an interesting one. I'm going to take my time with Ron the Boomer because, you know, you remember. It's going to be more of a relaxing time. That's at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard. And then next week, I'm hosting my first more serious moderated role in a debate right here on this channel made by Jim Bob between Gnostic informant and Alex Soren on whether or not Muslims worship the same God as Christians. I think that's going to be an excellent debate. I think that matchup in particular is an exquisite matchup. And being that I'm going to be moderating, and I think I'm going to be able to really get them into the nitty-gritty without them, you know, turning into... Because Neil has the tendency to just ramble and talk over people. So I'm going to split them up when they do that. And I think we'll have a really good debate. I think Neil is in trouble. I think it's an indefensible assertion, and he's making the positive. So he's the opener. He's making the affirmative. I did social media fast for Lent. I still try to support the show, hosts each day, but I have to say the fast was so helpful to me spiritually. I do recommend periodic, all while supporting. Yeah, like for someone like me, what a fast would look like would be different than just a straight cutoff. You know, maybe a fast would be certain topics for me. I think that would be adequate. Digital Congress introduced a bill to require digital ID to use any operating system. Yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, you prep for a wait, you might work in a movie theater? Are you nervous about getting a movie theater job? He's a lawyer. He won't get away with it. Yeah. It's gonna be rough. Can you review John Cohen video? I don't know John Cohen. Any video? Yeah, I'll get into a couple things today. I'll look that up. But let's start with this one, shall we? All right, this guy, I've reviewed him before. He's a real snarky little punk. TMM. He never engages. He just rambles, makes his videos, and then you're like, "Hey, would you like to do one-on-one to really get into this?" And he just doesn't respond. Next week, I'm going to ask to become a catechumen. Nice. Very nice. Nice. All right. Here's Jim Bob to claim that God explains the universe.
Here's Jim Bob to claim that God explains the universe.
So if premise one is truth is universal and conceptual.
What does it mean for truth per se to be universal? Truth is a property of beliefs and claims, and
is that universal? Fucking idiot, these people. Lord have mercy on me.
Sometimes a claim is universally true, but sometimes a claim is only true in limited circumstances.
Is that true?
For example, if someone says it's raining, whether that claim is true or false is going to be contingent on the time and place in which it is uttered.
Okay, is that universally true? Fucking idiot. Gosh. I'm gonna say.
And premise two
You already lost, dude. You already agreed with me.
is concepts are dependent on a mind or come from a mind or reside in a mind. It totally follows from my position, the conclusion. I could argue that because human beings are particulars, we can't actually ground universal concepts.
Now listen to him. I said ground.
Truths can absolutely be universal while still only existing in the minds of particular people.
Oh, you just ended your own view, TMM. I didn't ask whether or not the concept can be accessed by a particular mind. I said it can't be grounded in.
The idea that there are no married bachelors, for example, is true universally, even if it only exists in the minds of people. We don't.
I just. By the way, where is this existing in the minds of a particular person, by the way?
Have to search every planet in the universe to make sure that there isn't a married bachelor hiding out on one in order to know that there aren't any. And that's the
He's actually retarded.
case even if the concept of bachelorhood only exists in one person's mind.
A specific thing, which is universal coded.
That's how universals can be grounded in particular mind.
No, that's not grounded. No, oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious, TMM? You just said it could be grounded in a particular mind. That means that the mind, you have to select a human mind and say what it is to be, no married bachelor, right? What it is to be analytically true that bachelors are not married is grounded in one mind, dude. You just lost. I just won the non-debate that we didn't have.
We can discover them, but we can't ground them. For instance, truth being...
See what I'm saying? I just clarified that. Do you believe that the rabbi's decision to non-canon certain books is trustworthy? I don't know what you're referring to. Sorry.
universal and conceptual, that can't only exist in your mind or mine, right? We're particulars, right?
Sure.
Okay.
This
How are you showing this as how are you showing this in a title called Jim Bob Lost? Do you understand what I just established? TMM, whoever you are, do you understand what I just established with his concession there?
isn't an explanation of anything.
Hold on.
Though.
No,
a
it's
deduction isn't an explanation.
Look,
No, like if you argue the necessity of a mind, it is an explanation.
How does
no,
God do this?
Are you saying arguments aren't a type of evidence?
No, they're not. Evidence is described by premises. Arguments are what you then do with the premises. They are inferences that you draw from the evidence described
Cool. Are inferences evidence of anything?
by the premises.
He literally just used an analytic truth. What married bachelors, don't exist, right? And that's to him, that's not evidence. Like if you can distinguish an analytical truth, that's not evidence of something. So low tier,
No.
dude.
Okay, do you
An
agree
argument
that
isn't
an argument's not a type of evidence? There goes the justice system.
Well, let's say I'm a prosecutor and I say the defendant's fingerprints were found on the steering wheel of the stolen car. I'm presenting evidence, but I'm not making an argument. I have to make an inference in order to make an argument.
Yeah, are inferences evidence of anything?
I'm not making an argument until I say, therefore, the defendant probably stole the car.
Is induction evidence of anything? Like science, the entire scientific tradition is based on induction. And you're saying, well, no, the induction's not evidence. Like a scientific, look, a scientific experiment, TMM, you would say is evidence of something. But you, without the inductive argument for the scientific experiment and what you're, establishing, whether it's a null or you're, verifying the likelihood of a cause, that's all based in a type of argument. You're making an argument. That's what a scientific theory is. You're presenting an argument. And these people rely wholly on the scientific method to say things are evidentially true.
Car. You need to present your evidence first in order to base an argument on that evidence. You need to build an argument from premises.
No.
Why do you need to do that if that's not considered evidence? You see what I'm saying? Oh, you need to do this. You need to do that. Why? If that's not evidence, why would I need to do that? Why would I need to do that? You're saying I need to do that. Why? If it's not needed or seen as a type of evidence, why?
Oh, because they use evidence.
Well, no, you have to argue for the evidence.
On what premises would you base such an argument if the premises are not themselves evidence of the conclusion you're trying to demonstrate?
It's like saying, is it ever evident that a conclusion follows, right? Is it ever evident that a conclusion follows? And if a conclusion follows and you come to a conclusion that's true, is that now used as a type of evidence? He's saying no. I mean, it's so insane, dude. It's so insane. It's so low tier. I can't even finish it. It's so bad. Plus his voice sucks. He's like, I'm pretentious. I'm a pretentious atheist who only does videos and never actually defends his own views one-on-one. I'm going to make a video, and then I'm going to run. Thank you so much, Osmo. Anyway, this is another low-tier argument, short video here. I don't know why that guy looks like a face, like a fake, like that guy looks like a drawing. How does he look like he's made of clay? He looks like there's a guy I follow who draws really well, and he teaches you how to draw with planes. So it's very low detail, plain, and you learn a lot from drawing faces with planes. And I'm like, he looks like one of those drawings. It's like a Sharpie.
Regarded as one of
What are you?
the most influential
Bro, what are you?
logicians and philosophers of the past half century.
Look how plainer he is. Look. I'm learning so much about drawing. You see this section? Oh, you guys can't see my mouse. Right here, like these planes, You see that shadow on that plane? That's like he has a very large eye socket holes in his skull. And it creates these tissue planes. I didn't know this was going to be a drawing instruction video, but here we are. He looks like one of the Incredibles.
He's distinguished professor of philosophy at the CUNY
What the hell?
Graduate Center and has held senior appointments at major universities in Australia.
I'm so he even has comic book outlines on his nose. Does he have a filter on and he doesn't know it?
The United Kingdom and the United States.
He actually might have a filter and he's not telling anybody.
His work has attracted over 10,000 citations.
Actually raised a Christian.
Well, he did. You should put the filter back on. Oy vey. I turn into the merchant meme in a second. He clearly had a filter on. I wasn't losing my mind. There he is. There he is. There you are. Well, what can I say? Filter back on.
Oh, wow. But you don't identify as Christian any longer, I assume?
Not for a long time, 50 years.
Wow. What is it that, again, it's totally up to you. You don't feel inclined to respond if you don't want to. But what is it in the Christian worldview that perhaps you most object to?
I mean, look at the guy's earring. Do you guys see the size of the loop earring?
Object will be the wrong way of putting it. There's a very standard problem that Christianity faces. In fact, most of the Middle Eastern religions face. That's called the problem of evil.
Oh, right.
I don't see how a being who knows everything that's happening.
Do you notice that the problem of evil is always formulated in personal incredulity? I can't see how. I don't see how.
Is omnipotent and cares about creatures, people, could allow some of the horrible things that happen in the world.
In other words, personal incredulity fallacy followed by a completely baseless standard for what constitutes suffering. Also, the argument would essentially be, if God exists, why does he let anything happen that I don't like? Which then you press further and you realize the argument is this. If God exists, why am I not God?
I just don't find that conjunction of thoughts plausible at all. Now, of course, Christian philosophers have been aware of this issue for a long time, and they've suggested possible solutions to this problem.
I ask you, too, to defend the gospel in all caps. Are you ready? What?
I've never met one that I find plausible.
Yeah, no, it's very sensible. I mean, I think something that maybe some such apologist might say, or a philosopher inclined in that direction might say, is that what we would mean by the word God is not a moral being in the way that we understand, right? Like we.
Oh no, I'm out. Old white-haired man with earrings turned my stomach. Yeah, it's really gross. Tell me how you know better than God, old man. Honestly, it's usually like, well, if God is real and if God exists, then all of the things that I do in my basement with leather apparatuses might be in question. I don't even know who that is. He's a famous philosopher, apparently. I don't know any philosophers. Host running from Michael Smith. I don't understand what your proposition is. Defend the gospel? I don't even know what prompt that is. Defend it from what? Are you an atheist? Michael Smith? What are you? Are you a tap dancer? You play a saxophone? Do you like jazz? I'm trying to get your background here. You come in ankle biting with cryptic messages. We don't know what you're talking about, dude. We don't know what you're saying. The TMM guy made a pro-trans video. Yeah. Yep. I mean, these people are so... the good thing is they're not relevant anymore. So, I mean, you know, I'm basically making them relevant. Stupid Jim Bob. Stupid. Bad Jim Bob. Bad Jim Bob. Where is he? Where is he? Where's the guy? Catching strays. If God real, why physics? Pretty much. Yeah, Dark Shadow. Absolutely. It's crazy. Because that really, like, I'll tell you guys why it comes down to this. Is that physics have cause and effect, and it's the effect of physics that they call gruesome or bad, right? Well, you know, you might as well say, why, if God was real, why do I need air to live? Which, if you keep pressing, like I said, it eventually, the reduction is, if God is real, why am I not God? Why is the world not exactly the way I conjure it to be in my head? And that's like, drop the link. I don't even know what you're trying to ask, dude. How could I possibly, in good conscience, give you a link to jump on my show, which you didn't earn in any way, if I don't even know what your prompt is? Right? I don't even know what your prompt is. You're not even clarifying what it is your position is. What is my position? What is your position? Who are you talking to? You nut job? You junkie? Well, how do I find all the junkies? I don't understand. What am I, some sort of alley? What is Jortlandia, like an alley on the internet? And all the junkies, like, it's like there's a little lantern. They think I'm handing out methadone? Ugh, it's exhausting. I have salvation question for you about your foundation for salvation. I'll just tell you. Christ gave us his true church. The true church is the Orthodox Church, and that's a clear path to salvation. You can't guarantee salvation because we don't know the mind of God or his judgment, but he gave us a church. You're clearly not in it. What you talking about, son? Can you make an argument? All you have is questions. I have a question, and I deserve your attention and your live stream. And if you don't get me on, even though you don't know who I am, and I just come in hot in the chat, if you don't let me on your live stream, then you're running. No, shut up. Because I'm Italian. I don't know what these people are. They're nut jobs. If God isn't real because bad things happen, does that mean he's real if good things happen? That's a good one too. Yep. Does anything good happen? Did the creator Yah himself in the Torah, Tanakh, through his prophecies ever once say these words, Christ to rise from the dead on the third day? What? You're talking about whether or not it was a prophecy from the prophets like Elijah? Well, first of all, what things say and don't say isn't an argument for whether or not they're true. The word, for instance, Trinity, is not found in the biblical text. That it's not an argument that the Trinity isn't a concept that has existed. Same with this stupid thing. That's just stupid. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're a dumb guy. Are you from Rhythm Church? Are you signed up for the Bible app? Jim Bob, please stop everything to defend your worldview from the perspective of an insane person in the chats. Yeah, or otherwise you're running. To start a free or hiring a bouncer in the Jortlandian Alley, one of my favorite hangouts, Lord have mercy. Where do these people come from? Is this from the Baptist debate, maybe? It could be from the Baptist debate. Here, let me ask you a question, Michael. You keep referring to Scripture. Why do you trust Scripture, let alone your own interpretation? Why are you even using Scripture? Why? Look, I'm not going to grant you Scripture, Michael. I don't even trust that you. I don't even trust that you have a good account of Scripture. I think you're going to have to deny that you have any good reason to appeal to Scripture at all. Why? Why aren't you appealing to the Quran? Why the Bible? You can't tell me why. If world exists, why am me not God? Why me not God? Hang on, have my Bible, yo, my Bible. He's like a mumble rap guy in the chat. He's a mumble rapper. Michael says, no follower of the Son of Mary can actually defend the gospel. Case closed. What? No follower of Christ can actually defend the gospel? Defend it from what? You still haven't attacked it. Like, what's the attack? You're appealing to Scripture. You're defending the gospel by appealing to it, dum-dum. You don't even know what you're debating, crackhead. What are you saying? Are you arguing against Christianity by appealing to the Scriptures? Why would you do that? That's a cell phone. Why is he talking like he's in Narnia? He doesn't have, there's nothing else he has. I mean, this could be the level of bots at this point. You never know, actually. You actually never know how good bots get. Michael's jamming. Michael's at McDonald's right now. I asked a yes or no question. No, your question is totally loaded and cryptic, dude. You're like one of those cryptic junkies. I could already tell the type of person you are. If you were to be led on my Discord to talk, you're the type of person not a single question would be able to be asked. You just go on to the next questions. That's all you would do. You're probably a Muslim. You know what? And the thing is, we don't let Muslims here. So, where's my muscle? I want Michael banished. He is declared as a junkie, a heretic, a goblin, a nut job. You don't belong here. Goodbye. Go shake a Bible. Could be a Hebrew Israelite. Yeah, they're banished too. We don't like those people here. Here's a yes or no question. Are you banished for life? Get out of here. Get out of here, loser. Censorship? It is. Actually, censorship is quite effective. Bye-bye. Get out of here, loser. Go get your glass pipe. He doesn't have an argument. If he had an argument, he would say it. He just has cryptic questions, right? It's like cryptic question plotting. It was like, do you think this, and this, yes or no? You're like, well, I don't even know what you mean by half of that stuff. I don't even know what he means by the gospel. Who knows where he's coming from? These people need attention, you know? They haven't spoken to their fathers in 25 years. Michael would be the kind of person I would ban from society. Oh, yeah, censorship is great. Censorship is a fascinating method. The debate with Jay was insane when the pastor started affirming the Bible's uncreated. Oh, yeah. Super Muslim territory. And he's coping like crazy, the poor guy. He's been posting daily, multiple times, just completely coping about it all. It's crazy what you're seeing out there. Just to clarify, you're not handing out meth after the stream? Why am I here? Yeah. Where do these people come from? Which debate was that? That was recent. I streamed it. I did a review of it live. Did a live party of it. It's pretty wild. All right, we need to hear from our... This is the only news that I watch.
Okay, so Candace...
This is the only newscaster I watch is this guy. You know, he's starting to win me over. Not in theology. Like, if he goes straight... Look, you want to be rich, dude? You want to be all... You want the money? How do I monetize these people? How do I monetize these people? If you start doing, like, hip-hoppy kind of news, I think you're going to do very well. I'm already a fan.
Owens is in an absolute messy back and forth over the Erica Kirk situation. She is claiming that the Daily Wire has been harassing her for 3 years. Now, all of this is on the backdrop of Laura Loomer, who I'm not the biggest fan of, going absolutely nuclear and trying to give Candace Owens a taste of her medicine, and Jeremy Boring coming out and confirming the thing regarding...
I don't trust Candy Owens. I don't trust Daily Wire. I definitely don't trust Jeremy Boring. Like, that guy couldn't pull a staple out of a wall.
Laura Loomer's exposure of Candace Owens' husband. It's a big mess, but it just shows...
His hair makes me physically nauseous.
Shows you the wild...
Dude, why are you making fun of him? Dude, that is an inalienable attribute. It's a mutable characteristic.
Infighting within this alt-right, new right media.
Immutable. It's immutable. Love your channel. I'm a Christian, but I don't do Orthodox or denominations. Sorry, you're not Christian. Denominations are dividing a church. The church is supposed to be one. Well, if you believe the church is supposed to be one, Hollow Ninja, and you're not Orthodox, you don't have a good reason not to be Orthodox, because if you believe in one church that was given by Christ, you're going to have to go back in time, and let's say in the year 150, you're going to have to actually affirm that there's a true church, Hollow Ninja. So I don't know your reasonings why you're not Orthodox, and I agree that if you look at denominations, you're trying to pluralize and multiply the church, which you can't do. But I'm telling you, your only access historically and through ecclesiology, your only access to a one true church would be go back into the past. So the question is, who has the list? Which church makes the affirmative claim that has the list of succession that can go back to the church, the true church? Well, it's Orthodoxy. So get your butt into liturgy. You know why, Hollow Ninja? If you believe there's one true church and it existed in the first century and every century after, you should ask yourself, what would it look like to worship as a Christian, as a layperson? Where would I go as a layperson in the year 150? What would it look like? Well, it would look like an Orthodox church. Aesthetically, it would look like an Orthodox church. Liturgically, it would look like an Orthodox church. So, Hollow Ninja, my invitation to you is to get yourself into divine liturgy just from the inquiry perspective of what is Christian worship in the early centuries, and go from there.
Space, I don't even call it alt-right, new right media space that I think is wild. Okay, so this is just like a quick synopsis. Owens claimed nonstop...
Yes, good point. Orthodoxy is pre-denominational.
Onslaught of harassments and Stephen...
In fact, denominations necessitate a one true church. You can't have a denomination or a branch unless it's of the tree, of the root. So we agree with you, Hollow Guy, Hollow Ninja. We agree with you. Denominations are diversions away from the core, or away from the root. So the question is, what's the root? You don't have any much choice, right, in the matter. There's no denomination branch that is present in the year 150. There's no denomination that's present during the councils. There's no denomination that's present during the compilation of the New Testament in the end of the 4th century. So get your butt into liturgy.
Daily Wire. In 2024, after disputes with Ben Shapiro over Israel comments, co-founder Jeremy Boring recently confirmed he fired her.
I'll take note of that.
The feud intensified when Laura Loomer and Boring alleged Owens' husband, George Farmer, was arrested for DUI in Nashville in 2023. So basically what Laura Loomer is doing, she is doing the thing that Candace has done to Erica.
She wants, look, Laurel Loomer wants to be the oppositional Candace Owens. She's looking at Candace Owens' live stream. She's seeing 250,000 live viewers. That's crazy. And she's all, well, why does she get to do this crazy conspiratorial thing and win as a locale when I'm a locale and I'm not getting paid for it? Laura Loomer wants to be a locale. She's like, I can do this. I can do weird conspiracy things with the TV behind me.
Kirk, she is trying to dig up all the craziness.
Haha, broccoli hair.
And what she appears to have dig up, though I've seen some community notes here and there, is that Candace Owens' husband allegedly had a DUI incident, fled the scene, 3 times the legal limit of alcohol in his system with a firearm, which apparently, allegedly, is a deportable offense. Alleged. According to Laura Loomer's records. And Jeremy Boyne confirms it.
Yeah. That's right. Kiss me outside. How about that? Orthodox and Catholic Church add man-made tradition. Well, that's a claim. The thing is, if you were to hold to a true tradition, right? Let's just put that on because that's its own argument, right? But the thing is in question, Hollow Ninja, to say Orthodoxy or Catholicism added anything that was man-made, you yourself have to have access to a true church. That's what we're challenging you on, Hollow Ninja. What would a true church look like in 150? You're basically arguing for an apostasy. You're arguing, which is counterproductive and self-refuting. Why? Because you're holding simultaneously to 2 contradictory statements. Christ started a true church that would not be defeated. Christ started a true church that was defeated. Which is it? You're not dealing with the historical part of your claim. That's the same claim the Reformers make. That's the same claim Mormons make. That's the same claim Muslims make. There's a perversion. Well, if you're going to claim and make the affirmative that Orthodoxy perverted or added stuff, you're going to have to necessitate your own true church and when and where and how. And you can't do that without Orthodoxy. I confess I watch Candy Owens' live stream and trust her. I also care about the DUI. Okay.
Well, public records show it involved a different man born 1990, not farmer born 1989. So they're saying it's a different person.
That's right, Philip. And that's what it all comes down to. There's the rejection of orthodoxy throughout history. The only way you defend it while still trying to maintain a Christian position is to hold to your own personal interpretation of Scripture. Because if you make Scripture the authority, it's code for you're the authority. Don't mix it up. That's a code. Oh, Scripture's the authority. And you're like, wait, what? Who's the authority? Not a who, it's a it. It's the authority. Does it whisper? Does it whisper to you? Why is that? My source of my church is Jesus Christ. No. We understand Christ is the high priest of the church. That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask who you think is the source of your church. I asked you, how do you know in history where the true church is in 150? Tell me where the true church is and what it's doing in the year 150. What is it practicing? Do you affirm the Didache? Have you ever read the Didache? Is that something you're affirming, or are you just kind of like imagining a church at some point in time?
Owens countered by sharing an arrest warrant for Zachary J. Lewis.
All right, brother, I'll look into historical liturgy. Well, you can do the investigating, okay? I appreciate that. My request to you, an invitation, is actually to go experience it. Like, you can read about it. That's all well and good. But my recommendation and invitation to you is experience, because Christianity is itself not just propositional, it's experiential, right? So So if I asked you, hey, would you like to see what it was like for people to worship, Christians to worship in the early church, in the first centuries, you know, even before the New Testament that you appeal to, and you say, yeah, I guess I'll check it out. Go to Divine Liturgy. Because that's how that's what you would be seeing, 500. What does church look like in 500? There's no lay people with Bibles walking around trying to figure out the true church. The true church is given.
Lewis, whom she called the Daily Wire employee, charged with displaying minor sex, yucks, while dismissing critics
I use the duty can. What?
with jokes about mug. Now, this is the interesting part about all this is drove up Candace's.
Some guy in the chat is asking, can we question the apostles? What do you mean? I'm not sure how you could question the apostles. Today, you're going to question the apostles. You're questioning something else. You can't. What are you actually questioning? I don't understand what you mean by that. Can I question the apostles? To question the apostles is to question your access to the apostles. If you question the apostles, you question the people the apostles taught. And you don't have access to the apostles. You don't even have access to what there is to question without not questioning them. You're like, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is Muslim Inquiry, a new app. The icons, the Didache says nothing about the icon veneration of Mary. So where's your church in 150 AD? Well, the question of veneration would go back to Joshua and the Ark of the Covenant. So all you're saying is, yeah, veneration's there. I just don't like veneration of certain things. Then you have to bring into question what an icon means. What is an icon? You think icons mean just you think icons just mean images only. And by the way, iconography can be found in the 2nd century. So that's not a good argument. The oldest iconography and sanctuaries that you can find have iconography in them. So
is merch sales, because there's another lawsuit that she just got hit with by the person who worked Turning Point Security for Charlie Kirk. He's now suing her. They're saying a defamation lawsuit is coming down from Erica. Now, again, to prove defamation, you got to prove the person knew they were lying, which is a very high bar. Okay, so this is what Laura Loomer and I'm not endorsing Laura Loomer. Okay, it's not what this is. I think Laura Loomer has her own issues, but I do think it's really funny that when she gives Candace Owens her own medicine, Candace Owens melts down and immediately becomes the victim, right? If I have proven one thing this week, it's that Candace Owens can't handle getting a taste of her own medicine. I hope now she leaves Erica alone. I'm tired of watching cowards sit back as Candace destroys innocent people's lives with psychotic conspiracy theories. As I expose, she can't take the heat. Glass house and all. I'm not.
Energy drinks, dog. Yeah. Energy drinks, dude. Energy drinks. Been a Christian my whole life. Been baptized. Baptized into what, though? Talk to God every day. Keeps me... Look, I'm not going to remove any of your experiences, but the thing is, you didn't do that without orthodoxy. How did you know what baptism was without orthodoxy? How do you know what repentance is without orthodoxy? You didn't do anything without orthodoxy. That's my point. Hollow Ninja, you got to think about this. Everything you just said you did, the knowledge of all of those things needed a past and an authority. You didn't just come up with baptism on your own in your own head. You didn't come up with repentance on your own in your head. You didn't learn about the thief on the cross alone in your head by talking to God. You didn't even know who God is. In order to say you talk to God, you wouldn't even know who God is. Right? And life keeps getting better. By the way, you can follow Christianity and your life might not get better. So that's a red flag right there. That's a type of prosperity whisper. Sometimes your life doesn't get better. And then you did this without orthodoxy. You didn't. You didn't do that without church history at all. You wouldn't know of any of those things without church history. You're borrowing the ladder. You're getting on the roof. You're kicking over the ladder, dude. That's what you're doing.
Not a Christian, but for those of you who are, I believe the Bible says a lot.
Do only priests have access to the apostles? No, we all have access to the apostles and what they teach through bishops, through priests. Where the bishop is, that's where the church is. You see the mindset of these people? The mindset is there's like keys into doors.
His hair looks like what I made in the streets of Punjabi after the curry.
These people ask questions through the view that like there's certain collectible cards or something that you have access to, and some people hold them off, and there's a minimal amount or something, and you need to go to the church to get the true apostolic baseball cards or something like this.
Is it fair to be suspicious of people who wear crosses? Earl cross emoji.
No. I mean, no, you don't want to go in with just pure suspicion, but yeah, what I'm saying is the paradigm that's asking the question, it's divorced from history. Like the question itself, you know, transparently shows that you don't actually believe that there's a valid, unscathed succession of Christ's teaching. You don't believe that. You think you found the Bible, right? And you know, it all was lost, and you're here to decode the Bible, dude. That's what you think. I oddly like Ruslan the more we clown on his vibes. Do I go to my doctor or my priest about this? That's really funny. I understand, actually. He's kind of winning me over.
About how you are to, how you're supposed to defend and protect widows. So Laura Loomer's saying, I'm not a Christian, which I guess according to her, she's not held to the same standards. And she is giving her own medicine. Not stalk them and viciously mock them.
Through man is your point? What do you mean? What do you mean through man is your point? You guys don't need to delete that, by the way. That's not aggressive. Just let him talk. Dolan says through man. What do you mean? Through man, Christ gave us a church. Through man. If your denial is man, it can't be at all some type of medium, then you've just refuted your own statement because you're a man. I don't get it. How can you come on? I want you to go to Divine Liturgy. There's nothing I'm going to give you more that's going to be adequate or matched by your experience of Divine Liturgy, okay? In fact, it would be a disservice for you to talk more with me. If the only thing I'm really going to say in the end, Hollow Ninja, is please go to Divine Liturgy, and through your experience of understanding that this is what Christianity was and still is for 2,000 years, then start asking your questions. You know? Then start asking your questions.
And they're grieving children who will never...
If you want to know about orthodoxy and maybe consider, well, maybe the true Christianity has been hidden from me, not even on purpose, but it's just the effect of westernization. Maybe I just didn't have access to the fullness of the faith in the church. Maybe that's the case. That's not your law. That's not like a dig on you. I didn't have it. I didn't know what orthodoxy was until I was 40, dude. That's crazy. Think about that. I didn't know what orthodoxy was until I was 40. I never was even questioned about what my view of church history was because I thought church history was just the Bible. I thought the Bible was church history itself, holistically, fully. That everything reduced to, oh, that's a prescriptive book. It's a spiritual book. It's from divinity. It's inspired by divinity, and it's also a history book. That's all I need is the Bible. And it turns out that's not true. Turns out that's not true.
I have a father. I don't like having...
45. I'm 45.
To roll in the mud with pigs, but I will do that and then some if I have to. People need to be deprogrammed from Clandis, a modern-day cult leader whose sarcastic terrorism is literally amplified by Russian state media. Courage is much more admirable than grace and forgiveness. I think they're both admirable, Laura. I think they're both admirable. I think grace and forgiveness, as well as courage, grace and truth. Now, she's now alleging that she's being amplified by Russia. Can't speak to that, but would not surprise me. So, Candace did a whole live stream, again, claiming the same thing. Daily Wire's harassing me. Daily Wire's...
Do you guys have any advice for me on how to refute Jehovah's Witnesses by using Bible verses? No, you don't need to use Bible verses. You use ecclesiology. You tell them that they don't have access to the Bible because they need to affirm non-Jehovah's Witnesses. Right? Everything, like, I'm starting to learn this, is that all of these counter arguments, why grant the person the Bible at all? You know what I mean? There's no point in granting them the Bible. If they're going to use the Bible and then they go, you use the Bible now. And it's like, why? Why would I trust the Bible? None of these people can answer this question. They're actually flabbergasted that you ask it. You know what I mean? They're like, what? You're blowing my mind right now. How could it be? How could it be that you're denying the Bible? No, I'm not denying the Bible. I'm asking, why should we abide by it? And then they go back and then they realize that their iteration, their denomination was nowhere in existence at all for 15,000 million years, 1,500 years for most of them. No, God gave us a church, Christ gave us a church, but we needed to wait for the Gutenberg to come print the Bible so that my dad could have it and I can find the Bible. And it's like wild. Nathan says, I have been struggling with an argument against 7-day creation. What do you think of the argument that the children of Adam and Eve marrying siblings? I'm not sure, actually. I'm sorry. I'm not someone who can answer that question. They automatically, that's what they do. You don't believe in the Bible? What? It had to evolve, man. Yeah, exactly. It had to evolve, bro. They have their own modified. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's always the same thing. Any modification is basically an assumption of apostasy, and that Christ Church fell to some, coma. First offender. That guy's retarded. Soon? No, I didn't say who. Who is he debating soon? He's trying to get into evolution and stuff. He's just, that guy's such a little no one. Denomination? No. It has to be a denomination of what, right? You can make that claim, fine. Let's explore it. But the thing is, you can't make that claim without affirming of first. But the thing is, you don't have access to the first core without orthodoxy. So you're just like the Mormons, you're trusting the historical account and the preservation of the faith and practice and the compilation, the authoritative compilation of the books of the Bible, the thing you're appealing to, is actually compiled by a flawed denomination. A denomination of what? Well, you don't have access to what? You have no access to it. Do you understand? You can't appeal to the Bible and the church fathers and the account of Christianity, both biblically and extra-biblically, to affirm there's such a thing as a true church without abiding by and appealing to the authority that you deny. It's a contradiction, dude. If you're in a contradiction, isn't it fair to say, Hollow, if you're in a contradiction in your defense of Christianity, then you should abandon your defense, whatever your defense is? Yeah, you should. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Kent Hovind, nice first offender, nice. That's gonna be funny. That's probably an event with some rye. That's an Angels envy night right there. He has, yeah, well, yeah, those guys have broken theology, yeah. Definitely. That's right. If Orthodox is the first denomination, you have to point to what it's a denomination of, and you can't just say Christ's church because your knowledge of Christ's church comes from the denomination. Why would you trust the denomination then? You don't have a reason to trust a denomination, right? Can we ban him? What is he saying? Denomination is branch theory. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Those branches die anyway. It's like you need the root. So why would anyone affirm branch theory, which necessitates the root, affirm the root, but stay on your branch? It makes no sense. The guy, dude, the talk last night with that one dude was a perfect example. Now, Cleve and Father Ayers did fine engaging with him. It wasn't too contentious. He still got pushed back and stuff, was put into little predicaments here and there. But what you're looking at is a guy standing on a branch, admitting that the branch needs a root, and saying, well, I don't want to get on the root. I'm still on the branch. It's like, what are you talking about, man? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you stay on the branch? If you ban me, you're proving my point. Well, I don't see any reason to ban him. I mean, what are you trying to do? What is he arguing, by the way? I can't follow. What if the apostles merely set up multiple churches which are all in communion? No, there's one church. That would be called a parish. That's the thing. I make this point all the time. When someone's like heterodox and they go to a singular church with Pastor Bob and they like him, he's got a tattoo sleeve and he does MMA and all this stuff, and he reminds you of a comedian you like. When you leave that church, you actually do leave that, quote, church. You go to another church. You don't go to a parish of that church. There's as many churches as there are Pastor Bobs. So no, the apostles establishing a church and even the corrective writings to these peripheral churches in correction, they're assuming one church. You don't want to conflate church, the body of Christ, the true church, the one church, with parishes. That's a confusion. Ban them. If you call me, we can call you a retard. What's the problem? I don't know his arguments. Like, if you guys are done with him, I don't care. He's a waste. If he's wasting. If he's not reading. If he's just like, would I interview? I'd probably interview Ham. He's the guy who says matter, right? I like him better. Matter. I'll have him on to discuss evolution. They can't decide if there's one church or multiple. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Gavin Ortland. He takes an evolutionary view of the church as an organism that has different genetic expressions. Wild. Wild. They don't have a community because they don't actually have communion between churches. Yeah, it's atomized. In fact, Meg Bob talked to me about this, like the distinction of her experience of fellowship in Orthodoxy is distinct from her experience of talking to people at the previous churches that she was raised in. And she couldn't really reduce it down to all of the attributes or characteristics, but there was something distinctly different about talking to people during or after your little rhythm church and the donuts and smoke machines, and you're like, oh hey, and everyone's like kind of nice. Oh, and there's something missing in the fellowship, because ultimately it's an event center that has people at the event center, whereas Orthodoxy is not an event center. And we know this because you can travel the United States and go to an Orthodox church, parish, and you know that they're delivering the same exact liturgy, the same exact day. And you're actually getting the church. Evolution is way too inconsistent. They still can't explain how random mutations create very large, complex systems, highly functioning. No, they can't do it. They can't discuss anything. Look, like my new favorite topic is the vestibular system. It's crazy. What if I started talking about the gospel instead of hating on other Christians? Gosh, you're such a pussy. First of all, my role isn't to teach the Gospels. That's the church's role. So my role is to drive people to Orthodoxy, where you can hear the Gospels every single Sunday. That's my role. Pushing people to Orthodoxy is pushing people to the Gospel. I'm not clergy. I'm not an authorized priest or teacher. And the only reason that I talk about other churches is because they're moving people away. In fact, you're in a contradiction, Sven. You're calling me out. You're doing exactly what you're accusing me of by your own standard. You're hating on me right now. Right? And now, under your view, what should you be doing? Why didn't you talk to me about the gospel, Sven? I'm sorry, you had a chance to teach me about the gospel. Instead, you took that moment to hate on me for, quote, hating on other Christians. Tell me, Sven, do you think that the early church in fighting against heresy vocally was them hating? Do you think Saint Irenaeus in establishing volumes against heresies he's just hating? Shut up. You little maggot.
Saying that you are Christian but don't belong to a religion is the same as the folks who say they are spiritual but not religious. All interpretation of scripture comes off how they interpret it, how they feel about it. So in essence, without orthodoxy, the person making this claim is putting himself at the center and as the God, rather than Christ.
Yes.
Christ established the church.
That's right.
We were the ones that somehow felt we were better than him and strayed from what he established. Answer,
That's right.
Go to liturgy.
Yeah, go to liturgy. Shut up, Sven. I hope you're a female. I hope and pray you're a female at least. I am. I'm an Orthodox apologist. Yeah. I push people to Orthodoxy in the way that I do. And whatever way I have the capacity to do it, I do it. But Sven is a perfect example of how far we've strayed, right? Like a part of pushing people to Orthodoxy is getting them to understand that their own current view is broken, doesn't work. That's a part of it. That's a part of it. Flavius, 20 big buckaroos, thank you so much. Appreciate you, JB. You and the other Ortho bros showed me the stupidity of my perspective. Liturgy is beautiful. That's exactly why right there. Thank you for telling me, Flavius. That's exactly the answer to your question, dude. How do you participate in Orthodoxy from a perspective you didn't break down yet? You know what I mean? What book should I read? The book called Go to Liturgy. I'd say don't read books. That's extracurricular. I say if you want to learn about Orthodoxy, learn it through the experience of divine liturgy. On top of that, read books because, here's why I say this, is because all the books you read, if you read those books about orthodoxy, but you digest them from a mind of a flawed church, from the mind of a flawed perspective and paradigm, you're only going to chew on what makes sense. You're going to affirm your own paradigm. You're not going to get it through the paradigm of orthodoxy. So it's like everyone's like, well, I want to learn about orthodoxy. Okay, did you go to liturgy? No. Can you give me a book? No. I gave you the source. If you want the true source, the books would be derivative of the source anyway, so you might as well get the source. You know? Get to the source, just it's not the best way. Very bizarre. You get into it.
If you're such a great apologist, then apologize for all the racist and hurtful things you've said about me and my people.
No. Everything I've ever said about you and your people, Vagine, is actually descriptively true. Okay? So, no. Fix your internet connection. Am I buffering? I'm fine on my end. I'm watching my own stream. It's going. Massive lag. Well, we have a snowstorm. So that could be it. Shame, 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 shame. What else we got going on, y'all? Very excited about tomorrow's debate. I'll stream tomorrow during the day and do the debate. What's evolutionary ethics? Ooh, I can't wait. Gosh, these people are getting old. What's interesting about orthodoxy as a paradigm is that it's also the grounding from which a standard of beauty is derived. Absolutely. Imagine deriving your beauty from a Prot megachurch shopping center. Yeah, there's nothing beautiful. You don't go into those places. You might go in impressed the same way you're impressed with like a lobby of a hotel or a bar or a stadium. You know, my kids participate in sports, and I go to this massive sports center, and I'm just like, there's 2 hockey rings. It's crazy. And I'm like, wow. But I never think, wow, this is the transcendental reflection of beauty itself as a standard. It's so true. And you really get a sense of why beauty, iconography, intentionality function, the senses, right? All of the senses, eyes, ears, smell, taste, how these are incorporated in our experience of truth and beauty as well. And that's why I pushed people toward, there was a talk from the uncle of a fellow parishioner named Petitsis. And a lot of his work and, his teaching and his pushing people to orthodoxy is from the aesthetic lens of beauty and truth. And a lot of times going through that lens avenue is more effective than intellectual. Intellectual, it meets people where they're at if they're like Suds, like I was, still am. People who are philosophically driven, historically driven, they want to debate, essence, energy, they want to get into all this stuff. But like beauty itself, when you go into a divine liturgy and you experience Christianity through the holy tradition, you're no longer in the realm of propositions and intellectualizing. You're beyond that. And that's kind of the point, That's kind of the point. And suddenly everything you thought you knew descriptively, everything you knew about the councils and everything you knew about doctrines and dogma and, counterpositions and all that just goes out the window. It's just not present. You're not thinking like that. And that's another distinction that Orthodoxy has, the mind of the church, the phronema, And people can't fully reduce it. It's not something that can be fully explained. It's a part of the mystery, in a sense, that something fundamentally changes in the way you are thinking and participating within orthodoxy that's not actually captured by anything else. By going to liturgy? Yeah. That's common. It's a very common thing. Didn't the Catholics destroy a bunch of icons? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. You can't change what I think I know unless it was wrong. What? That doesn't make any sense. If what you think is wrong, and you're saying you can't change what you think, that's circular. How would you know you're wrong if you're not going to change what you think? Doesn't make any sense. My parish is a mechanical shop that was painted and had icons put up. Still more beauty than any Protestant strip mall. Yeah, that's what's beautiful, is you can walk in. On the outside, ideally it's beautiful, but sometimes it's just a square. And you walk in, and you're walking into timelessness. And you're like, how does that do that? How did we do that? Heterodoxy is falling into an abyss right now. It's like you can see it everywhere. The panic is everywhere. They're freaking out. Their focus is on Catholics and Orthodox. And now you start to see, did you guys see that bit? Now, Anglican, I believe, always tried to hold aesthetically to something, maybe closer than everyone else. But the guy was talking about now he has icons. And he's like, and Father Peter Ayers was like, oh, you have icons in your church? And he's like, yeah, actually, they're Orthodox icons. And I'm suggesting that we're about to see a huge uptick in the trend of people adopting Orthodox aesthetics and function and praxis, and they're going to pull it into their church. And they're going to keep rejecting the church. They're going to keep pulling from it and rejecting the church. They're going to like do a one-to-one mimic eventually. They're going to get to a place where they're literally doing a mimicked version of orthodoxy. Everything about it. They're going to be doing, St. Basil's liturgy. They're going to start following the calendar. They're going to have feast days. They're going to have iconography. They're going to have everything. They're going to do it all. And you're like, hey, do you guys think orthodoxy is true? And they're like, no, well, you guys have a lot, and we really respect and love what you guys have. And I would, I am a huge fan, they say. I am a huge fan of Orthodoxy. And I know so many Orthodox brothers and sisters, and they are just really, so, I just want you to know, like, what you're doing is literally a mimic. I know. That's why we took it, because we think you guys have so much aesthetic beauty and history, and there's something intangible there that's just so unbelievably, undeniable. And that's why we take it. We're actually giving you a compliment by taking it. And we took some of your terminology, exactly. And we're gonna take your vestments and all of it. And all of it. We're gonna do the blessings, the 40-day blessings and the rest, and that's gonna be great. No, I don't know why you guys are upset. We are saying you guys got a lot right. My church burned down before I became a catechumen, so I haven't seen the whole beauty, but it's been great. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. Did you guys get funded and stuff to get that back going? That's horrifying. Jim Bob is just explaining why EO is defunct. Aesthetic LARPing just continues. That's not an argument. That's not an argument at all. I'm saying that aesthetics would further point to, aesthetics and beauty would point to something true. Truth and beauty go hand in hand. That's my argument. And that the opposition doesn't have that, but they borrow it. Protestantism has like maybe 100 years left. Everyone is going to Orthodoxy and Catholicism. And don't forget Islam, unfortunately, stillborn. 100 years, I believe Rome will come back, perhaps. I was involved with multiple different broken churches. Yeah, absolutely. I was raised in a sort of a pseudo-Pentecostal church, and then it was like home churches. And then in Los Angeles, it was like more like pseudo perennialist nonsense, new age self-help sort of scenarios. Never really explicit who God is or anything like that. Just kind of general out there, right? Just a general out there church. So that's kind of where I was at. It's probably why I despised all of it. I was like, what is this? What are you guys doing? John Carpenter's The Church skit would be good. Nice. The Rome coming back. What would have to happen for them to come back would be a complete, you'd have to do a complete abandonment of pretty much almost everything at this point. It's not looking good. It's not looking great. Look into the Baptists taking Orthodox practices into their... Oh, yeah, I've seen it. It's a mess, though. Yeah, people are seeing it. Now, I've covered this before, why the ordinary cradle Catholic can live a life and really not see any of this stuff as invasive or the end is near kind of thing, because they're just not seeing any of it. They don't need to. They live their life. They have their traditions. They have their family. The glue of their family throughout the year, throughout the things they do and everything is in the hue of Catholicism, and so they don't get into these things. They're like, that doesn't affect me. But the reality is, if you were to hold strong to Catholicism, it would affect you. If you were paying attention, it would unfortunately affect you. Same thing with my critique with Nick Fuentes. His entire critique is about the browning of America, and you're losing the white European identity, which he would then hold to Christian. He would be bound to Christianity, but he never, at least in his complaints, never talks about how the Catholic Church is the single most influential active entity for mass migration. It makes no sense. You're submitting to something that's in direct opposition to your entire career LARP. Well, it doesn't make any sense. That's so inconsistent. Hey, Megbob, could I have another coffee, please, as well? Thank you so much. Ortho posers think arguing online is evangelism. It can be, though, actually, John. I'll grant that arguing online itself is not the practice identical to orthodoxy, but it does actually. Arguing, and definitely there have been online arguments that push me toward orthodoxy, so I don't see why that would be a bad thing. But the thing is that the practice of it would be the opposite. We wouldn't say, we wouldn't use the term evangelizing. We would just argue that that when you press people on their positions and they are in good faith come to the realization that they can't defend their position, sometimes that leads people to orthodoxy. But we don't do evangelism the same way you think evangelism happens with the person with the microphone, and that's all cringe. Arguing, though, itself, brings thousands. We are a cult because we can't critique question apostles. Yeah. What's wrong with being in a cult? Well, if you just grant it, they fall flat. Watch. Hey, whoever said that, what's wrong with being in a cult? A faithful Catholic can be opposed to the hierarchy on matters of the common good. Just don't schism. Do you worship the Muslim God? Let's make this a quick Band-Aid removal. Do you worship the Muslim God, John? You're a Catholic, yeah. So the thing is, do you worship the Muslim God? Because your statement about hierarchy and what it is that you're following, that's the thing about Catholicism that gets you into trouble, because there are certain positions that you have to hold via V2, and that's one of them. Clarify your question. Do you worship the Muslim God? That's my question. Do you worship the Muslim God? Wouldn't you agree that the individual members of the RC church could be doing good works, but the authority... Yeah, but people who are outside of church, in a sense, could mechanically do something good. I mean, that's not what's in question. The question isn't whether or not people, atheists, secularists, anybody can do the action of a good thing. Do the action of a good thing. That's not in question at all. The question is, it's whether or not there's a true church, and are they a part of it? That's what the question is. Yeah, there's a clarification. Do you worship and adorn the one true God with Muslims? That's a good way of putting it, because that's the literature of it, isn't it? Did he answer? ICV2 is obviously a sore spot. Granted, not a sore spot. It's a defeater. Muslims have a path to salvation. So do Hindus. The church does not worship the demon of Islam. Uh-oh. Now you're not welcome to Eastern Orthodoxy. EO? No, we figured that question out a long time ago. So if you agree that if you agree with Pope Urban II that Islam worships a demon, even if he was being rhetorical, he started a crusade on rhetoric, if you're going to say that. But even so, right, V2 is a sore spot. No, it's not a sore spot. It's something you have to hold to. And EO, if you ask EO, guess what? We don't have a document, nor do we have an ecclesiology, papacy structure that has us hold to any particular stance on that. You do. That's the problem. So there's no reason to stay Catholic. If you admit, now you're using really soft language, by the way. A sore spot? That's like saying a heresy is a sore spot. It's a dividing line. It's not a sore spot. Sore spot is like ecumenism being rampant within Orthodoxy. A sore spot is, pews. Pews are a sore spot. No. You worshiping the same God as Islam, that's more than a sore spot, dude. That's a big deal. V2 is self-defined as pastoral. You have to follow it. Hierarchy went a bit crazy. Yeah, but you're still not dealing with the problem. You, as a layperson, John, must follow V2. You have to. You have to follow Nostra Aetate and Lumen Gentium, specifically. It's not a sore spot. It's over. It's over. And by the way, I don't understand, other than the culture and the familial aspect of Catholicism, if you guys affirm our liturgy and affirm our sacraments, it's weird that the jump from Catholicism to Orthodoxy isn't easily done and seen in mass waves. It's bizarre to me that that's the case. If it's it's otherwise it's not a huge jump. Thank you. It's not really a big jump, is it? You know? Oh yeah. Check out my cool mug. Bad thing happened. Shout out to my atheists. Well, at least John's engaging, right? I gotta hand it to him. He's at least like kind of like delving in a little bit here. So I appreciate that. Sebastian says, I'm a cradle Catholic, went away for a few years, did the non-denomination route, didn't like it, thought about being a Catholic, then came across V2 and I said, hell no, en route to Orthodox. Beautiful. See? There's one. I'm just wondering how that's not rampant. To me, it should be the most rampant thing. That's what I think. I'm like, what? A channel called The Skeptical Agnostic just did a video refuting Jay. Yeah, let's do it. The Skeptical... did I see this already? Agnostic. You're done, bro. You're done. Jay doesn't understand logic. Uh-oh. Wow, an hour, dude? I'm already going to put this up at freaking 125. All right, let's do this. I'm skeptical. I'm agnostic. I'm not skeptical about my agnosticism, though. That's one thing I won't give up. Oh, this guy? This guy's the worst. I know this guy. It's like saying I worship demons, but it's just a rash. Seriously. The church weathers all storms. You can't weather that, dude. No, you can't weather it. Dude, no. You can't say the church teaches that you worship a demon. That's not a storm, bro. That's coping, John. That's coping. Oh, no, we'll weather the storm of pure heresy. Don't worry, we'll do it. No, you're supposed to be the one. If you said you were the true church, you couldn't ever craft V2, ever. A true church could never craft V2, ever. Wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. It's over.
All right, we'll stop.
You guys left, right? The 5 key geographic locations for the true church, Orthodoxy, Rome being one of them. You guys left. The 4 remained. Their dogma, their practices remained. You guys left. And you're like, oh, look at all those branches that left. It's like, what?
Stop that music. All right, guys. Happy Wednesday. Can you guys let me know in the comments if you can hear me?
Yes, why is he streaming from a doorbell camera?
I was having a lot of issues with sound and
it is bad
my
sound,
microphone
dude.
and audio.
Terrible sound, bro.
So just let me know in the comments if you can hear me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm more worried about you guys being able to hear the videos. Hello. Good to see you guys. Thanks for tuning in. It seems like I get more views when we're talking about Jay Dyer. When we're crapping all over Jay Dyer. All right, so yeah, this is going to be Mike sounds like a deprivation chamber, but it's fine. Yeah, that's not good. Let me see. Is the volume at least good?
Terrible audio, dude. Almost.
Is the volume of the mic at least decent?
It's bad, dude. Get your shit together.
Here is the illogical stand of the Catholic Catechism. 1. There is no salvation apart from Christ and His one, holy, Catholic, and Apostolic Church. Again, this is an infallible teaching and not up for debate among Catholics. 2. Those who are invincibly ignorant concerning the truth of number 1 above will not be culpable for this lack of knowledge before God. Those in the category of number 2 have the real possibility of salvation even if they never come to an explicit knowledge of Christ and or His Church. In other words, the Great Commission must be bonk. Let's just go out, read tea leaves, worship ducks and enjoy sex cults because hey, we are all the same.
Yeah, thank you for that. Very generous tip and good insight there. Yeah, it's a contradiction. The church, John, is teaching you a contradiction, and you're like, we'll weather the storm of the contradiction. No, that's not it, man. That's not it. Just come to orthodoxy, dude. So it's not a big deal.
The fact that it sounds like
it's just your life.
like I'm in a well. Okay, I don't know. I mean, this is a pretty good mic I have, so I don't know why it sounds like
I don't think your mic's hooked up.
that, but oh well.
I think you're using your headphone mic, dum-dum.
I think we'll
But you're going to tell me Jay Dyer's an idiot?
we'll trudge on. So, yeah, look, I don't want to come to be known as the channel that just shits all over Jay Dyer. I've made 2 long-form videos regarding his content, about tag and then about his ridiculous scientific beliefs or pseudoscientific beliefs. In fact, I just made a short, I don't know if it was last week or 2 weeks ago, where I finally heard him admit that that he doesn't believe the Earth is round. So, I mean,
What? That's just a lie. Straight up lie.
I wasn't really surprised, but it was.
Why are you a liar? I hate liars so much. Like, when people just look at that freeze frame. It's so dishonest, dude.
Funny to finally find a clip like that.
Yeah, show me the clip. Jay has never said that once. You're a liar, dude. You're a liar. I hate you.
Yeah, so I don't want to become known.
You hear me, skeptical agnostic? I hate you.
As the channel that's just always posting Jay Dyer content, but I still get comments all the time from people asking me if I can do more Jay Dyer content. And it just so happens that I was driving this past weekend. I was picking up breakfast for my girls, and
let me give you a little unsolicited advice. No one cares.
Man, when I made the video on Jim Bob, I explicitly challenged him to a debate, and then I went on when he did a response to me. His live stream response in the comments, I asked him again, can we set up a debate? And then he said yes after Lent. And then he asked what the prompts were going to be. And then I listed what I thought would be some good prompts. He never got back to me. And then on Twitter, yes, Jay is an overgrown baby, as we're going to see in these videos. Well, Jim Bob is too. They're both petulant. They're both arrogant. But with regards to Jim Bob, I've asked him and I've tagged him multiple times on Twitter. I want to say at least 6 or 7 times. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. And I keep asking him, can we set up a debate? And then sometimes he ignores me. And then sometimes when he answers me, he says, well, what's the prompt? And I'm like, dude, I've already told you what the prompts can be. And then once he finally reads what the prompts are, he asks me if I'm going to be taking a position in the debate, which of course.
Oh, that's you.
Why would I debate you?
Oh, you know who this is? This is emo guy, I think.
I'm not going to take a position.
Oh. Well, no, I'm asking what your position is, dum-dum. Notice that you didn't answer my question. Are you taking a position in the debate?
So, and then from there, he never answers me. So I don't know. And it's weird because he doesn't seem, I don't want to say Jim Bob's scared to debate. I don't think he is. Although I've kind of poked him with a stick on Twitter to asking him if he is scared to debate. But I don't know why. He just doesn't want to agree to a debate with me. So whatever, we'll see if anything comes of that. But as of right now, I do not have any debates lined up with Jim Bob or Jay Dyer. So, oh well. All right. So, okay.
You see how these people don't take positions. They want to take a debate where they're like, they don't take an affirmative against position. They just get to take a non-position, right? And you can't let them do that because even the opposition is a type of affirming in a sense. Like I take an anti-evolution position.
So again, we're going to look at 3 videos. What we are going to do though is, and I hope you guys will stay with me, when we hit the first video, again, we're talking about formal systems and logic. And so, I mean, Trent didn't have it on the screen. So that might be why.
This guy's the worst, dude. Your channel's going to go nowhere, dude. It's the worst.
Let me see. Sorry, guys. This is my second time streaming, so there's a very good chance that I have no idea what.
The God worldview is the only worldview that can count for intelligibility, right? And the method to demonstrate something like this is going to be to do a worldview analysis, usually. So they're going to set you up. You have 2 different worldviews: God worldview and not God worldview. Mm-hmm. And you're going to take on the presuppositions of your opponent's position and do an internal critique to demonstrate that their worldview fails on their own grounds. Now the problem is that the I don't think this can deliver on its promise. Reason being is there are some worldviews that are just not in principle falsifiable. That is that any given proposition that you could posit is going to be symmetric with their positions like trivialism, positions like dialetheism. There's plenty of different paraconsistent logic positions. Each one of these is not going to be in principle falsifiable.
Pig snakes, man.
Okay, so there's where I'm going to stop it. So the interlocutor, who again doesn't even, it says that he's an atheist. I don't know that he's an atheist. What we're going to see in this video is the guy could be a Christian. Every point he makes could still be predicated, or not predicated, could be explicated by a Christian and still be completely valid. But if you notice, he just listed off trivialism, dialetheism, and then different paraconsistent logics. So, and then what's interesting is Jay goes, yeah, I know all of those. And then like 5 minutes later.
Paraconsistent logic, any logic that functionally inside like a theoretical view or like a coding apparatus or something that says, well, you can deny the law of excluded middle or contradiction or something like this. Theoretically, you can play around with those, but to be able to even say there's a thing called paraconsistent logic, Stephen, skeptical agnostic, to be able to even say that is to affirm the classical laws to begin with. So
later in the debate, he goes, no, wait, I don't know what trivialism is. Which is interesting. But really quick, I just want to jump into formal systems, what they are, because if you don't understand.
The irony of taking a shot at Jay, if he never heard of trivialism, the irony is that trivialism holds that all propositions are true. So catching Jay on the fact, if that was the case, that he didn't know what this new modern branch of nonsensical relativism is called trivialism, the fact that he doesn't know it is irrelevant, and especially if trivialism was true.
And that there's different formal logical systems. You're not gonna understand how Jay lost this debate, okay? And it doesn't seem like Jay understands that either. So I want to jump into that really quick. I have a PowerPoint. It's not long. It's literally like 3 slides.
Yeah, I could see why people don't want to debate you, dude.
All right, so let's talk about...
You're. By the way, you're extremely boring.
What a formal system is?
You're very boring. You're like the guy who, like, no matter what table he sits at lunch, everyone just kind of lets him sit there, but they don't really engage.
Okay, a formal system, and there's like logical...
Yeah, Jay doesn't. You can't lose a debate if trivialism is true.
Formal systems, there's mathematical formal systems, but a formal system deduces or derives theorems given certain rules of inference from axioms. So you start with axioms. You can think of it like a top-down. So you start with axioms. Okay, and axioms are just like postulates. They're not proven. They're just assumed to be true. And so we go from the axioms. We use...
Why do we go from the axioms? Do you understand Tag is going to ask you why that? Why is that the case, Stephen? You dum-dum? You little pig snake dum-dum? You virus? Gosh. So what we do is we just start from our axioms because it's ad hoc, and then the theist can just say, I start with the axiom, God exists, and because I just granted them axioms, I can't refute his axiom because I just admitted that it's ad hoc, that I just start with an axiom. See, I'm a smart guy. I'm a smart boy.
Rules of inference, and from those rules of inference, we derive different theorems.
No. The Tag argument, you little skeptical Momo, the Tag argument is asking a question of how it's the case. What justifies that that's even possible to begin with? Well, we start from all the things that I grant myself, and I grant myself those things, and I also grant myself the entire transcendental category of things that can't be grounded axiomatically, and I give them to myself. I give myself the tool belt. I give myself the fanny pack, and then I talk.
So to just take a quick visual of this, so let's say we have a formal system which has 3.
By the way, Stephen, you don't even deserve a review because your audio is so bad and your presentation is so horrifying that I'm not even going to give you the views. You don't deserve it. You've earned nothing. You've earned nothing, and you just ended your own argument. You don't even know it. Okay? You're going to bring... Look, he brings up oh, look, you drew axioms. Who cares? People, man. He's trying to ankle bite. That's all he can do. He ankle bites, and then this is his position. This is what you got, man? This is what you brought to the ring? He grants himself everything in question. Yeah, he doesn't understand. What do you mean? I grant myself everything. I thought, wait, isn't that what we're doing here? Is that we just arbitrary declare what's an axiom, and yours is God and mine is just logic? And so can we just debate? No, we can't debate now. Okay? The black screen is more compelling. Seriously, it's so bad, dude. Makes me nauseous. These people make me nauseous. You know, especially the skeptical world, the agnostic atheist world, it's so done. They're like the equivalent in relevance to like all of those people on fentanyl, like those horrifying footage reels that you see where people are zombied out. Like that's basically how people see the skeptical atheist world now. It's so irrelevant. It's been so utterly destroyed and shown to be based in nothing but your own just preferences and feelings. No one even cares anymore. But he has visuals. The gospel according to PowerPoint, but it has to be true. I made a slide. If you see here my axioms here, I pointed my axioms with arrows in different places. And so Jay's axioms are pointing in a different direction than mine. And so, oh snap, I don't know where I go now. Ooh, Wes Huff and Wes Huff, yes. Yes, I'm always down for a Wes Huff review. Wes Huff sits down with Jordan Peterson's daughter. I don't know if this is new, but I always love this character. He's like my favorite online character.
Messianic movements in the ancient world, but I bet you couldn't name any of the individuals
I'm going to wear your skin.
involved in those. And there's a reason why
Come here, Clarice. Come here, Clarice.
we're asking questions about Jesus of Nazareth and not Simon Bar Kokhba.
Wesley Huff, welcome to my podcast.
It's a pleasure to be here. I am a trained historian. I work primarily in the area of New Testament manuscripts.
Oh, that's cool.
One of the points that I make when I have to do presentations on this is that as time goes on, we're not getting farther away from the original word
Who would I be without my dad?
of the Bible. We're actually getting closer to it.
How does the Bible compare to other ancient documents that we do trust?
I think it depends on what we mean when we say trust and compare.
That's like something my dad would say.
Sounds like my dad.
Speak.
What did I write this? What am I, a writer now? What does Jim Bob think if aliens actually showed up with provable evidence on Earth? Well, they would be included in the creation, that's for sure. But I think what we're about to see is probably in our lifetime. We're about to see one of the most egregious spiritual deceptions that have ever occurred in the history of humanity in regards to aliens, and it's in line with. Coincidentally, in line with Father Seraphim Rose's account of the new religion, the religion of the religion of the future or whatever. I forgot the title. Sorry, and I think it's going to be revolve around that the fundamental paradigm of Christianity, what we would call post-Christianity, which really, there's no such thing as post-Christianity, but for the sense of a chapter in humanity. For the use of the word, I'm saying, like, for the sake of making a new chapter, that alien psyop would be one of the essential splitting points for the Christian paradigm for people. Because perhaps from their view, it would unhinge the door of creation from the jack, right? From the stud, and it would alter the ontology of Earth and its creatures. And so to be able to do that effectively with whatever technology or authority that you can is probably in the best interest of the Antichrist position. So you got to watch out for that.
Speaking in tongues in the New Testament is almost exclusively an actual language. The English Bible is changed, but it's changed for the sake of clarity, not corruption.
Yes, I mean Saint Seraphim, yes.
Evaluate what Jesus' claims actually are about himself. He's either lying through his teeth, he's either a lunatic, or he's the Lord of the universe who actually validated the claims that he made about who he is by rising from the dead. The people who rise from the dead.
I'm gonna wear your skin.
Have more credibility and authority than people who don't rise from the dead.
I've got a head in my refrigerator.
Wesley Huff, welcome to my podcast.
It's a pleasure to be here.
I'm really excited to talk to you. I know we just had you film a course for Peterson Academy, which I'm so thrilled about.
Why didn't
I think I first saw you.
Why didn't you ask me to film a course? Michaela? She slid into my DMs once. She was like, why are you making fun of my dad so much?
I saw you before you went on Rogan, but I saw some of your
I said, I am your dad.
stuff on Instagram, and I was like, yes, this is the kind of thing that would have helped me, the logical part of my brain before I became a Christian. And I didn't really see a lot of that, or really any of that online. I probably could have dug deeper, but I wasn't a Christian, so I wasn't digging that deep. But before we get started, for anyone who isn't familiar with you, although I'm sure a lot of my audience is, can you give a brief background about who you are and what it is
I'm
you
so glad you asked.
do?
Yeah, so I am...
So I am one of the villains in, one of the Nazi villains in all three of the famous Harrison Ford films.
trained historian.
I usually dress up in full SS gear at home during dinner. Have you ever seen an SS officer eat spaghetti?
And I work primarily in the area of New Testament manuscripts, although I look at kind of the ancient literary culture more broadly. And so I study ancient scribal culture. So the ways that scribes wrote, and particularly the features that they incorporated into manuscripts that made things like reading publicly easier. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so it's called paratextual features and reader's aids is kind of the formal category.
More like just AIDS.
So I look at a number of Christian manuscripts from the 2nd and 3rd century.
And I decide that I am the authority in interpreting them. That's what I do.
And really the conclusion I'm drawing is, can we differentiate between a manuscript that was produced privately as someone's like personal copy, say of the Gospel of John, or that was produced for a public reading liturgical setting in a Christian community?
Do I have, I don't have bigger arms insofar as muscle, but I think I have wider arms than him. He's got a little bit of a midget thing going on, poor guy. It could be just the angle, but I don't know. He kind of just looks like someone who has to hold a cereal box with two hands. You know what I mean? Like, is he tiny?
So I do comparative analysis with a number of ancient literary works, but then because...
Looks like a meatball.
My area is...
Looks like a baby T-Rex.
It's New Testament studies formally, but it kind of crosses over into early church history and then kind of broader antiquity in general. I get away with talking about a bunch of different stuff.
Wow, okay. That's very...
Wow, okay. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I am Jordan Peterson's daughter, so, here I am. I have a spot. I have a spot in the game.
A niche?
Did I earn it? Do I do anything in particular that's special? No, not at all.
That's cool, though. Were you a Christian?
That's cool. See, I could do this. Give me a tufted couch. Give me a blue leather couch and a nice microphone and a beautiful studio. Just give it to me and I will be like, that's cool. That's cool.
Before you went into that?
Yeah, so I grew up as a missionary kid. My parents were missionaries both in Pakistan and in the Middle Eastern country of Jordan when I was very young.
I am the actual person that Jason Bourne has written after. People don't know this, but I am also embedded in the CIA. Yes, I can rappel down into a museum and steal anything I want, pretty much without being seen.
And then my dad was a pastor for a long, long time, now retired. But so I grew up both a missionary kid and a pastor's kid. So very much within a Christian context.
Surprising, you guys think that Jim Bomb looks small. He's actually 3 inches taller than me.
But it was in my teen years, in sifting through some of the things, granting that my parents raised me to believe something very specific, but kind of figuring out, sifting through, is my parents telling me to believe this a good enough reason to believe it?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a bad reason. I want my kids to believe things because I tell them. But going through some of that data and living in a missionary household, I'd read the Quran as a teenager. I'd read a number of 5 by a guy named Desiderius Erasmus, who was this great Dutch scholar in the Middle Ages, and then updates by a guy named Stephanus and a guy named Beza. And that kind of sits...
See, what we're experiencing now? I just figured it out. I just figured out the whole world.
Wait, so this freaking doofus, sorry for the curse, studies manuscripts within a historical context and still chooses his wackadoodle theology.
Yes.
Lord help him.
Yes. Yes, he does. I just figured out that this chapter, I guess you can call it, of like getting into the information and the data, there's always going to be people who are like drawn to that. But I feel like as a culture, this sort of Gnostic tendency to figure stuff out through just, you know, classical foundationalist approach and evidentialist approach and pour through the data and figure it out. I would say that this is the failed tradition of America. This is the failed tradition of the Enlightenment. And people are, we're done with it. Like, we're bored with it. Like, it's not pulling at our soul. It doesn't change, fundamentally change, like who we are. And so this is like, to me, this is all like, you know, and I'm biased, of course, but all of these like podcasts, like the doing the work, like Gnostic Informant is the same thing, right? Myth Vision, all of these people, Bart Ehrman, this tradition of diving in. I'm going to dive into the folders. And the thing is, like, people, yeah, it could be interesting, like a podcast is interesting, but the thing people are really thirsty for is participation. And that's what orthodoxy offers, and that's why people are leaning into it in droves. Because we're done with this thing. We figured out, we looked at it. A lot of people are doing a lot of work on this, looking at the documents and figuring them out. It's like, that's not a sacrament. There's no energy exchange there. It's just looking. Look. I'll do it for you. The SS Kendall skit would be funny. This guy's totally, he's complete. This is someone I'm willing to just outright call a Nazi. And for none of his views. I must frame Mog Westhoff in your life. Yeah. Well, anybody you're in a frame with, Ozzy, that's what you're doing.
It's like, is the center that like,
it's so bad though. It's like, it's getting boring. It's all falling off. Who cares? Who cares? No one cares anymore. No one cares anymore. I have the right propositions in my head now. Exactly. For what? It's not what people are looking for. You guys are off, man. You guys are off the target right now. This is not it. There might be a little bit of a lingering pool of people, right? But it's this whole thing, at least from my view, this whole trend is going off. Same thing with politics. There's a bit of politics that people are just, you ever see, now it could have been just coping from, what was his name? Owen Troyer. After the debate, he did a post about how people are done with politics. Now, of course, that's not great optics, because if you come off a debate, where a bunch of people think you lost or whatever, and it's about politics, and you say like, I think politics is over or whatever. But let's see. I didn't give him a chance.
Hello, friends. I know a lot of people out there are missing the Owen report, myself included. But the stepping away from politics, the time off, has been pretty important. I think it's important for everybody. But you're seeing it now. It's kind of a mainstream discussion, or you might say admission people are making now that they're just sick of politics. They're just sick of the whole thing. And I kind of want to put it into a perspective here for a second. I've been able to do things with my time off that I normally can't do, some social things. And there's no doubt it is running through America's culture, social culture.
Looks weird without makeup.
People are just sick of politics. They're just sick of it. They're sick of the corruption. They're sick of the lies. It doesn't matter who gets in. We always get the same result. They're sick of Congress. They're sick of the media. They're just sick of all of it. And I like to think that, I offer something that doesn't make you sick of politics.
Yeah, no. You actually, it's nothing personal, Owen, but you don't. I want to clarify something. It could be true that people are sick of politics. that they're fatigue. All the fatigue, guess what? Guess what? If you don't find orthodoxy, you're going to find fatigue in everything, just so you know. And the statement, someone's sick of something, which it's true, people are sick of politics. They're also saying it's unfulfilling. It's not enough. You know? And so to say you're sick of something, in this case, I think it's what's also being said without being said is you're craving something else. You're desiring something else that's true. Something's good. Something that's based. What's politics based in?
Why would we foundationally change who we are, Jim Bob?
I don't understand the question. Who we are? Well, from an Orthodox perspective, if we're participating in theosis and we're being more like Christ, so, you know, that would be an ongoing practice, if that's what you mean, to be more like Christ.
But actually keeps you...
Okay, what I was saying is people are also drawing to something unchanging and transcendental and what they call home, right? Spiritual home. They're looking for a spiritual home. People are sick of politics because it can't be a spiritual home. People get sick of their own families because it's possible for the family to not be a spiritual home. People are sick of heterodox churches and Protestant stuff and all this stuff, right? Because they're looking for a spiritual home. They're orphans. Spiritual orphans abound. And people trying to solve the problem of being a spiritual orphan, but they never give you a solution. Now, you know, Owen, he's pointing to a problem of people being sick of politics, but the reason they're sick of politics is because it doesn't actually give you the nourishment that the spiritual hospital gives you. But when you notice this, you offer something else that's not the spiritual hospital. Watch.
You engaged, keeps you interested, keeps you informed, but everybody has to step away for their own mental health. And here's kind of the realization or the perspective that I want to pass on to you today. In order to be successful in politics, whether you're actually running for office or whether you're in the political media, you always have to make sacrifices. It's a very transactional world.
Like, I like that people point to the insufficiency of politics. It doesn't mean you don't participate, by the way. It's not like this either or, by the way. If you're Orthodox, you can fully participate in politics, especially at the local level. You should affect the world that you're in at the local level to the extent that you can. But it's not like a true dilemma where it's like everybody abandons everything, right? America is screwed, therefore there's only two options, accelerationism or what? Tune out completely. No, that's not the only choices. I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. I know it's hard to play in a game that you fundamentally disagree with the foundation of the game. But that's the world, isn't it? If you truly believe that you're in the world but not of it, you'd be in there's all sorts of things you're going to be in and not of it.
And I think what
I'm just pointing out, like, the tendency is to check out. And I don't think checking out is a solution. Not that he's saying this. I see the trend sometimes where you're just like, you're forced. You feel like you're forced to choose one extreme or the other. And it's like, no, you got to stay uncomfortable in it. Sorry. You got to be uncomfortable still in it. It doesn't go anywhere. You checking out doesn't pause the game, guys. Social media has convinced people that getting what you want either happens quickly without problems or else it's bad, and that's super silly. Yeah, there's a long stew that we have to all participate in if we want dinner.
Really seeing right now, especially in right-wing politics, is you have people that are willing to sell their souls. You have people that are willing to sell their humanity, sell their souls for whatever reason, popularity, fame, fortune. Mm-hmm. And they've just completely lost their humanity. I'm not even sure what's left of a spiritual connection to what is good in this world. If anything, it all
orthodoxy, Owen,
seems political. It seems that the cancer of the political world has consumed these people. And everybody knows who I'm talking about. Everybody can see it. This is what's driving people away from politics. And I don't think this is a new phenomenon. I think it's just exponential now with social media because there's so many more people involved. There's so many more people that have a public platform now. And so you kind of get a better idea of this is what it's like. This is what it's like in the political world. This is what it's like in the media landscape. Some people will sell their soul. They will sell their humanity, and they will do it all for political clout, political fortune, political fame. And the people that aren't willing to...
Yeah, here's the thing that Owen's missing in his paradigm, and I hope he gets it. And I think he's a total a candidate for it, by the way, with some help, right? Is that the false premise is that you're putting your faith in humanity to begin with. You ever hear the term? You always hear the phrase, right? Oh, I lost my faith in humanity. He's kind of saying that in a parallel way here, but that's what's wrong, dude. That's what's wrong. Without Christianity, without orthodoxy, your universal concept of humanity is rooted in nothing. So he's saying, oh, you've abandoned your humanity. Well, hold on a second. Are you a humanist? And this is a problem. Right-wingers are humanists. They just don't admit it. Right-wingers end up being utilitarians. They just don't admit it. They're actually liberals. They just don't admit it. And so this language, it's really evident that the thing that Owen is trying to convey, like the intent is there. He's almost like trying to point to it, but he's in the dark. And he's like blind. Yeah, exactly. Blind leading the blind. It's like he's trying to give a helping hand, but he's not making this necessary distinction between the world and not the world, between what it is to be human and what it is to be a politician. And it's right there. Like he wants it. Aren't you a right winger? Yeah, I'm super right winger, but if someone's a right winger, it doesn't mean that they are utilitarians. I'm saying the people we're dealing with, if you're not orthodoxy and you're a right winger, you're essentially going to be one of these things. That's what I'm saying. Orthodox people can be right wingers. I'm saying that right wingers without orthodoxy is a mess.
To do that, they're just sick of it, and they're just kind of stepping away because everybody has this realization, and so they want to separate from that. They want to say, "Look, I'm not part of this. I'm not going to sell my soul. I'm not going to sell my humanity for this political movement that's just like any other political movement now, corrupt, filled with lies, filled with agendas, very transactional." And they're so sickened by this because they never sold out their humanity, they never sold out their soul, that they just have to...
See, that's it right there, dude. It's so off. You don't sell out your humanity. You don't affirm the thing that's grounding you isn't humanity. Humanity's fallen, bro. Freeze, frame, all-star. This is the mistake. This is where the paradigm distinction is very clearly made in people's language. Humanity is fallen. You need to be healed. Humanity doesn't save humanity, Owen.
Step away. It's so nasty. It's so evil. They just say, I'm stepping away. I don't want to be associated with this anymore. I don't want people to think that this is how I operate. So I'm just stepping away. And it's kind of a statement. It's a political statement to even just step away from your platform right now and make that statement that, hey, I'm not part of this. I'm not selling my soul. I'm not selling my humanity. And if you want to put it in plain words, I'm a normal person. Because a lot of these people, you're starting to realize these are not normal people.
Yeah, I agree there. When you get into high-level politics, you're dealing with a weird world, okay? If you come into politics with this utopian vision that if you just if you have a good talk with someone and they call you your friend and you work together or whatever, it's like the jungle but with suits. You know what I mean? It's like being in the jungle, but it's suits and buildings. Just people are dressed up doing it. If things are truly so bad, you're advocating for accelerationism. Stop being a coward and just call before the Civil War, or grow some balls and learn to grind. Well, I'm no accelerationist, but Civil War, I think I sometimes dream about it.
And it's funny because I'm, able to do some more social stuff with my time off. Every person I talk to, and these are people all over the political spectrum, left, right, center, indifferent, very invested, conspiracy theorists, you name it.
Dude, no, it's orthodoxy or not, okay? You're eventually going to learn the true dichotomy. That's the only dichotomy. The only real dichotomy is orthodox or not. I know people hate hearing that. It's like the worst. Like, people don't like reductions, and they despise reductions. But sorry, because politics thrives on a number of sub reductions. Underneath, there's dialectics. There's these left, right, these cleared polars that you have to exist in and talk about stuff. And what I'm saying is the only true one is orthodox and not. It's good and evil. That's what it is. It's good and evil. And it's sad because this person is like, comes up in politics, comes up with Alex Jones, makes his way, right? People listen to him. He's a type of leader. He's guiding people, right? He's trying to figure it out. But what's always missing in these spheres, what's always missing is church. What's the church? Who's the church? Where's the church? How do you practice? None of that. None of that seems to be relevant.
And they're all feeling and saying the same thing. They're all so sick of it. They're all so disenfranchised. They all think everything in politics is corrupt. There are no good guys. Whatever.
You're really sick of Brian Shapiro. Look, let him ride his wave. He's doing what he can. He's living the low-cal dream. Don't take it away from him. That's all he's got right now. Let him live it out.
Whatever hope that Trump or MAGA or Maha, whatever hope that had for that moment, that's all gone. And so this is just what I'm hearing constantly. It's nonstop. And everything is so directionless right now. It's this massive void. And so the people that are willing to sell their soul, the people.
Would I hypothetically? Yeah, I want to be hired by Peterson Academy to give a talk. Like, I want that for my life. Just because you can't understand it or hold your own doesn't always make it bad. MBJB, congrats on your success and keep up the good work. Best channel on YouTube. Owen's celeb lookalike is Falcor. He does look like Falcor, doesn't he? Look, to me, he's a kind, caring person. Like, I think he's authentic.
People that are willing to abandon their humanity, they're rushing into that void. They're rushing into that void because they want to take up their space, and they're really indifferent whether they can enjoy their life or not. They're really indifferent whether people.
See, I don't think you can swap humanity with I don't think you can swap humanity with morality.
Think that they've sold out or not. They don't care. As long as they fill that void and they get that fame and fortune, that clout, that access, then they're happy. Whereas normal people, they're completely turned off by that. They want nothing to do with that. And so you can kind of see this happening right now. But I will say this. When you do get outside of the political world, there is hope. There is hope.
Where?
And
say it. Name him. I'm going to change name him to name him. Name him. I'm a name him. I'm not a name him. Are you going to be a name him or a name him? I'm a name him. Owen? I sure hope you name him. There's hope in who? Now, let me guess. I hate to be a cynic about this, but let me guess. He's going to name another apparatus that's somehow outside of politics, but sort of adjacent, like another road, like a dirt road. He's going to offer a dirt road. Name him. Name him.
Really, I wonder how many of these people can even appreciate the divine nature of our existence.
Oh, boy. Do I need to freaking play the flute right now? Are you kidding me? Owen, I like you. Don't make me play slow motion. Please. Oh, man. Here it comes. Here comes, okay. Flute on loop. Drum on loop. Sorry, you did it to yourself. I didn't do this. Do not. Oh, but Owen's a nice guy. I know, I love him. He's a lovable guy. You did it to yourself. Be a decent analysis to say there's nothing left conserving the church, so we're not conservative, we're restorationist. I wouldn't use the term restoration, I guess, just for you don't want to be linked in with the term, I think. But there's nothing left to conserve. You know what? Flavius, to be more honest, I think it's an accurate analysis to say America in its conception was off the mark to begin with. And maybe it was, do you know how if you shoot a pistol, especially, if you're a little off, you're a lot off down the road. Same thing with a building. If you're a little off in your angles, you're a lot off later. I would say that the little bit off that the founding fathers, the establishing documents of the United States and the philosophy behind it was a little off enough that it could never conserve anything. It was destined to not conserve because it was a little off. All it needed was 100, whatever amount of years, 200 years. And there we go. But anyway, we got to hear this.
In nature of our and really, I wonder how many of these people can even appreciate the divine nature of our existence.
Oh boy. Do you know what divine nature means? Do you think monastics make pickles? I wonder if they have some good recipes. I don't know, actually. It's a good question.
And I know I'm kind of leaping now to this point, but it truly is connected.
See, my analysis was right. When you reject politics, you move towards something transcendental. That's a normal reaction. Good. I'm glad people have that reaction. That's the part of us that has it written on our hearts to seek God. But now he's making God nature.
If you can't
pickles. You know how divine pickles are?
Appreciate God's divine creation. If you can't appreciate
God's divine creation,
this divine consciousness, this gift
here we go with the consciousness
of life that we have here.
Oh man, come to orthodoxy, man. This isn't it.
And try to seek out as much love as possible.
Oh man, what is he gonna start wearing drawstring pants, dude? It's right there for you. Orthodoxy is right there for you. It's right there for you. See, I'm trying to be charitable. Look. See, I'm the worst for this sometimes. Give me patience.
Then that's...
His hippie is like, dude, he's about to have a ponytail. God consciousness, drawstring pants, trampolines, beans, too many lentils.
Why
kimchi.
You're diving headlong into politics right now with reckless abandon and complete indifference, or completely out of touch even with your human soul, with your humanity, with your spirit, because it's so devoid of all of that right now in politics.
He's like splitting the person now. You're separate from your spirit. Dude's about to go Buddhist. If someone doesn't take him by the hand and walk him into a divine liturgy, he's this close to being a Buddhist.
Politics, it's so devoid of all of that right now in Washington, D.C. And yet you realize these are truly the most miserable people in the world. Because if you're getting joy out of politics right now, if you think this is all fun and games right now, then really there's something wrong with you. But when you step out of that arena,
snorting wing
you realize
powder.
that most other people feel the same way. Most other people have not sold out their soul or their humanity. And, you know, God's creation is still
kimchi.
great. There's still joy to be found out there. There's still
I love kimchi. I like tteokbokki. I like kimbap. I like kimbap.
Love to be found out there. But in the political world right now, very few and far between. That's why most people are turned off. That's why most people are feeling disenfranchised. That's why most people are feeling hopeless. Don't get caught in that trap. Don't get caught in that trap. Life is still good. God is still good.
Wait a second. Oh, God. Who's God? Where is God? Who is God?
There is still hope. There is still hope.
Who is there hope in? Name him. Name him.
Oh, maybe not in any political movements right now. Maybe not in anything.
Where? Tell me where the hope is. Name him.
Political right now. But there is still goodness out there.
Where's the hope? Where do we get our hope from? Where do we find redemption?
There is still love out there. There is still passion out there. There is still beauty out there. And in that, you will find hope. But you won't find that.
Oh, in the beauty you find
that in the political world. And now you get...
Oh, he's so close, guys. He's just so close. Yes, you're not going to find this stuff over here, but you're not going to find it just in the world either. Name him. Yes, name him. We got to get people to name him.
To see who still has a connection to that.
Hope cope.
Who still has a desire for that, and they can say, you know what, I don't mind. I don't mind if I'm not in the political current event sphere. I don't mind if I'm not covering the current event, the trending story, the viral report. No, I need to find my humanity. I need to remind myself.
No. Your humanity. You're in a fallen world. What you're seeing in politics is of the fallen world. It's not a surprise. You see it. You go, oh, fallen. Oh, he's so close. But he goes back to humanity. This is the problem. They're humanists. Oh, back to the human. No, that's human, bro. All the politics that people are moving away from, Owen, that's human. Those are human. That's a human thing. That's a worldly thing. That's what humanity is. When you put faith in humanity, this is the irony here. Politics fails because you put your faith in humanity. And he's saying, look, politics fails. We got to put our faith back in humanity. No. Nope. You're so close, dude. Walk him in. Someone walk him in. Seriously, he needs, not to be convinced. He needs someone to physically go, no, Owen, you're coming with me to divine liturgy. It's not like, I'm going to give you an argument. No, he needs to be actually taken. He'll respect that. Taken.
That there's still a good world out there outside of the world of politics. So that's why you're seeing so many people are sick of it. If you're feeling that way, you're not alone. Quite frankly, close. The only people that are feeling, anything positive out of the political world or getting any pleasure out of it, they're sick. They're genuinely sick people. Now, I love.
No, he's going to go to orthodoxy. He's going to go to orthodoxy.
Political debate, political discussion, obviously.
Can we do that? Is there a virtuous?
I can't wait to get back.
There's actually such a thing, actually. When you take someone by force to get them to rehab. Wait, no, that's not allowed.
Back to my show. But if you don't still have that connection to your soul, to your spirit, to humanity, if you don't still have that connection, you're not reaching for it. If you're getting pleasure out of this current political world right now, that to me shows that you've sold your soul. That to me shows that you've lost your human touch, and you're just all in for this evil political system, and somehow you get some sort of a reward out of it.
Oh man, he's so close.
And I think that that's what we're experiencing right now. This is why so many good people are just abandoning politics, because the only people that are getting rewarded in the political world right now are the sickest people. It's the biggest liars. It's the biggest demons. It's the monsters. It's truly people that are sick at heart. Sick at heart, sick in mind, sick in body.
Yeah, they're playing a worldly game, bro. We get it. Politics is dominated by people playing worldly games. They're not in the other. They're not participating in anything else, unless it's private. They don't bring it in. We get it. But your alternative, Owen, you're in the right spot. You're just looking in the wrong direction. Your solution is more world stuff. I had to take myself by force to liturgy. Yeah, we all do.
They're the only ones getting any reward out of the current political system right now. They're the only ones that are climbing the ladder right now. And
see, back to materialism. Every time. Oh, we need to get in touch with our divine spirit and humanity and love. And by the way, all these other people, they're getting rewarded materially with all this stuff. It's like how quickly you go back to the material.
Some people say, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to do it. And so that's why you're seeing so many people step away, so many people take a break, so many people just get out, ignore it, turn it off, because it's truly as evil and sick and twisted and demented as it has ever been, or maybe it just feels that way because it was supposed to go the opposite direction and it didn't. So I would just take note. Take note of the people that are enjoying the current political discourse. Take note of the people that are being rewarded in the current political system. These are the people that have sold their souls. These are the people that are soulless, heartless.
Not exactly.
They're only driven by political lust. They're only driven by political power and influence. And to me, if that is what is driving you, you have sold your soul, you have sold out humanity, and you, quite frankly, are part of the problem. I'm not going to do it.
Okay, well, it's so close. Pray for Owen. And also, if you know him, get him into liturgy. You know what I mean? If you know him and you can access him and he listens to you, get this guy, at least get him into divine liturgy once, please. So close. It's almost like he needs to hear the gospel. Yeah, divine liturgy. You think you're saying anything, Sven? Do you think you're saying anything I'm not? We don't deny the gospel, dude. The Christian faith, orthodoxy, is itself the mechanism for the gospel. It always has been, always will be. It's almost like he needs to hear the gospel. No, he needs to experience it. You think talking in his ear is going to make something happen, bro? He needs to be megaphoned. It's almost like he needs to be megaphoned and preached at. No, he needs to experience the gospel. Tell me, Sven, from your heterodox view, how do you experience the gospel? Where's the church you go to, bro? I don't go to church. I go to the backyard with my megaphone. That's what we do. We just megaphone the gospel. We just read words out in the air. Come on, Sven, get your life together. Sven thinks he's a priest. Come on, Sven. Stop it. Come on, bro. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. He's so pithy, too. It's like such pithy, snarky behavior. Yeah, I'm sure Owen, if he read the gospel, why does he need to hear it? He could just read it himself, right? Why does he need to hear it? Do you think Owen is in the right position to just open a Bible and figure out what he thinks the gospel is without any authority? Do you think that? Then why do you think he needs to hear it then? He doesn't. That's what's wrong with this whole cult, this sola scriptura, Bible alone cult. From their own view, they don't even need to tell you to read the Bible. They don't need to say it to you. You're the authority. You're the Pope. You're the church. Do it yourself. Owen doesn't need anything but himself, actually. Yeah, Mormons also. Are Mormons, look, hey Sven, are Mormons Christian? This will be good. Are Mormons Christian, Sven? Really loud in the chat, guy. Isn't that limiting the power of the gospel, limiting it to an authority? No, that would be an authoritative statement as well, Melon. You would need an authoritative, an authority to say even that statement. So would be a contradiction. No, it's not limiting. It's fully practicing it. So there's a fullness. And by the way, the power of the gospel couldn't be known without an authority. How would you get the power of the gospel, whatever that means to you? How would you get the power of the gospel without a church? How would you get it? Tell me. How would you get the power of the gospel without a church? Are heretics, do they have the power of the gospel? Do Mormons have the power of the gospel? How about Arians? How about anyone else? Like, does anyone who holds a Bible have the power? They're the authority then, right? You see the problem there? The gospel, if it's written, needs an interpretation. It needs a practice. It needs an ecclesiology. It needs a structure. It needs to be defended. It needs to be guarded. Right? No, I get it. No, I'm just giving it to you straight, Melon. It's actually a fine question. It's fine. I'm just telling you that the power of the gospel is itself an affirmation of an authority. You're affirming the authority of the church that preserved and compiled the scriptures and the practice too, right? So like even to appeal to the scriptures is to appeal to an authority outside of yourself immediately. Every time. You're actually holding a historical authority that preceded you. But that's the problem. People climb the ladder, the Christian ladder, they get on the roof, they kick over the ladder and pretend they jumped. Every single time. And yes, books themselves can't be authorities. Just go to liturgy. Seriously, go to liturgy. Yes, please. Just grab them, Rachel. Just seriously, make it like so, like you know what you can be when people can't say no, but it's like fun. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what it has to be. It can't be like a political debate or like how can I win you over in your mind? It's almost like the same way you grab someone and you get them to do like shots with you. Like, that's my recommendation. I don't know why. I have like an intuition. You even know this guy and I don't, but like, it's like, I see it like that where you just gotta, it's almost like, come to the bar with me. It's like that. Like, I think he'll really appreciate it too, the forcefulness of it. Because people are so finicky about it. They're like, oh, I'm gonna work up my energy to finally to ask my friend to liturgy. It's like, just grab him, go. Just come on, come with me. You're coming with me. You're coming with me. Yeah, peer pressure. Yeah. It's not a good idea. I liked roofing. I wasn't a roofer only, Beef Castle, but I was a carpenter and I built a couple houses, including my parents, with just 3 dudes. We didn't pour the foundation though, but everything else. And one of the most fun things that was extremely dangerous but also fun was roofing, but also framing the roof, and then pulling up. No, we're back. It was just a slight thing. Don't worry. We're back. We're back. Anyway, for those of you guys missed the housekeeping, I have a debate tomorrow against Boomer Ron, who I debated against evolution, the guy, if you remember, who said, I believe in evolution because these people said so. He literally said that. That's all he said. And now we're going to talk about whether or not it's rational to believe in God, which is going to be, for me, very fun. So what just happened? I got disconnected from my OBS got disconnected. Wow, look at that. Must have been the conversation. 1 out of 10 with 9 minutes left, you guys. Unbelievable. You get a really good, meaningful, juicy topic, and suddenly people zip their pockets up. Can Catholics understand the Bible the same way Orthodox? No. They clearly don't. What's that? I think I hear the Catholic call to prayer. Is that a bell? Hey, do, Philia. Oh, it must be Mass. Yeah, seriously, 1 out of 10? Come on, guys. Unbelievable. How do you hate me? Knew that was coming. I can't do it like I can't really do it like Tony though, but I'm working on it. Can't do it though. He's got it down. Like he really does have it. Like what's Tucky up to? Austin, thank you so much for that. Brings me up to 2 out of 10 with 7 minutes left. More debates? Yeah, I'll do more debates. I'm going to host more serious debates as well. Because Scud is basically like an artistic Jerry Springer for debates. And that's why I love it. But But there's definitely a demand for like normal, more serious, focused debates on good topics, right? So I'm going to do that, and that starts next week. Actually, on the 13th, I'll be hosting and moderating, probably one of my first on my channel, a serious topic debate between Gnostic Informant and Alex Sorin. Gnostic Informant affirming that Christians worship the same God as Muslims and vice versa. So there we go. 6 minutes, 7 left. 6 minutes, 6 left. Jim Bob, I'm forever grateful for finding you, bro, and showing me a way. Well, you're welcome, Mr. Daniel. You see the prot about aliens meeting with Trump? Oh, who did I see? That one dude. They're going to really push this stuff. Man, are they going to push this stuff. Prot about... No, I didn't see that. Is there a name I can search for that? Shut up, Neil. I'll debate a blind deaf person on Scud. Nice. We could debate... You know what we should do, Jez? Someone should step in and debate whether or not Helen Keller was real or not, was a fraud or not. You know what? That sounds like a meme debate, and it sounds all silly. But the reality is, that the argument affirming or denying Helen Keller would actually require a pretty decent size amount of investigation and references. So it's not actually really a joke topic, is it? I don't think it is. I think it's serious. Thank you so much for that $5, y'all. Gets me to 4 left, y'all. You do a live review of Jade Eyer's live, so I don't have to decide. A live review. I think he's live in like a while, though. I don't think he's going to be live immediately. Oh, this is good. The biggest lie in history is Judeo-Christianity. That's true. That's true. That looks like a decent video from Uber Boyo. Uber Boyo. Oh, I want a hamburger. It's a good debate practice. Yeah, even Stephen Hawking could follow up with Stephen Hawking. Was Stephen Hawking controlled? I know we're working on that. Don't worry. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We weren't fully prepared. It's more like cutting our teeth on tech and stuff, you know. Uber Boyo is cringe. Yeah, I just see I think the topic is interesting. I've never heard of the guy. Never heard of him at all. Perry Atone is the pastor who announcement. Perry Atone. Oh, great. Is that guy with a weird beard that I saw? Real creeper. Thanks, JB. Yes, thank you, Derek. Hell, Jortlandia. 2 more, y'all. Is that the guy? Closure imminent. Perry Stone. Oh, Perry Stone. Okay, Perry Stone. Oh, this guy looks like a real... This guy looks like a real... Dude, that shirt. Stop. Please stop. Darth Dawkins. Darth Dawkins does a decent job asking his opponent for their standard for anything being ultimate and how do they determine what's possible and impossible. So I appreciate his approach, but he's heterodox and he rejects the church and ultimately has no ultimate standard and really can't further the tag argument beyond putting the atheist in a predicament, but he can't actually defend the Christian triune God as the necessary God. So that's his limit right there. He's also very averse and arrogant when it comes to being corrected on Christianity. So ultimately a prideful, driven dude, but decent enough at turning atheists into sludge, but That's not enough. It's not enough to turn atheists to sludge. You have to drive people toward the truth. You can't just refute things. You have to convert them. But how can you convert them if you think there's no true church and it's just you? You convert them to you? That doesn't make sense. First, you have to find the idiot who believes Helen was real to begin with. True. Those pictures, this guy's about to hit us hard. He's about to just drop a trout. Heterodox, it means anything not orthodox.
Attention for
counter to orthodoxy. Away from orthodoxy. One more fiver. Meet the goal. One more fiver in a minute.
For the next few moments of something that came to my attention very, very recently. I had a friend that sent me a text message. I was in a meeting, a weekend meeting, preaching Friday.
Oh, boy. Is this our guys? These are our guys? I don't like having my past Super Chats being a part of an unmet goal. I know. It's like kind of makes them gross. It like gives them a blemish.
A Saturday and a Sunday morning.
How do you actually debate aliens? What? How do you debate aliens?
And he said, Perry, can you give me a call? I have some information that has come to my attention. Of course, when a friend of yours does that you know quite well, you have no idea what information they're talking about. And I'm not going to go into great detail.
Oh, what a surprise.
But there were a large number of pastors that had been invited to go to a certain...
You know why you're invited? Because you guys are dum-dums. You notice you're not going to get an Orthodox priest invited. What happened is they invited a bunch of pastors that they found on TikTok and YouTube, and they're like, we need some useful idiots to, we're going to give them the sense that they're in on something that's really special. This is, by the way, this is exactly what you do. This is how you actually work people. This is what it looks like. You give them a compliment by making them unique in their status such that they're in on something, some important information. They love it. They're already pastors. They already obviously are led by that. They love the idea that they're special. I mean, you could have, honestly, if you wrote an email to a whole slew of pastors who have YouTube channels, who run their own pseudo churches, they would get lit up if they got a letter that said, you're on a secret meeting about this. They'd be like, I am special. God chose me to learn about aliens. And meanwhile, you're being used as an idiot, a useful idiot. This is how easy it is to utilize people with pride. Then they think they're in on something. They're special. It just completely loops into their identity.
Certain state.
It's a certain state, and I got the email, and I was a special guy that said the email. It was stamped and approved and everything. And there's only 12 pastors that were chosen to get into the information about this. They trust us, random pastors out there on YouTube, to get the real download of the alien stuff. And they need our help. They need our help. They need our help. You just read the Bible.
Here, some men in the United States government and others share with them a concern that they had. And this particular man, and I'll not name him.
I will not name him.
And then we may end up doing some teachings with him or having...
We're going to teach with him.
An event at his church. He has a great church. Oh. But he said, Perry, what they're about to release from what we're hearing...
We need your help. We need to soften the blow of the fake alien invasion. We need your dumb help. We need you to guide the narrative. We need you to guide the narrative.
There's going to be a release concerning aliens and concerning unidentified flying object spacecraft.
That's right.
That some of the people who were in the meeting were telling us as pastors, you need to prepare your people, and
your people. We need you to double down on the narrative. Dude, you're so dumb. These people are dangerous. They're so dumb that they're dangerous. Like, it's so easy to manipulate these people. Oh, you're in on something. You need to prepare. Notice how you have to actually already bite the bullet and actually bite into the narrative of aliens before you, quote, prepare. And this is how they manipulate people. They skip a step. They get the person so excited to be special that they already take premise one that aliens exist. And then they're like, oh, no, I'm already at stage 2. I'm special, and I'm preparing for the aliens. He doesn't go, hey, can I have evidence of what you're saying first? No, I'm special. The aliens are coming, and I got selected specifically to help facilitate the sheep herding of the alien invasion.
You need to get ready to answer them for what you're about to hear being released.
Oh, yeah, they just picked you. We're going to pick you.
And some of it has to do with crafts that have been discovered.
Secret Pentagon Pastor fireside chat.
That are not allegedly a part of our planet, and the materials they're made of are not a part of our planet. Very strange reptilian-looking creatures. And other things that almost sound like something out of a sci-fi movie or an Orson Welles book. And so here's what he was sharing with me. We discussed a little bit. What are these things?
What is your shirt, dude? I'm convinced that aliens could be actually a fabric.
Things that are appearing.
Dude, that shirt is so whack, dude. It looks like Affliction got into wedding attire. It's like Affliction had a meeting. They were like, you know what? I'm sick of the douchey t-shirts. Can we get into like actual collared business stuff?
Steven Spielberg is about to do a movie.
Oh, he's about to do a movie. Oh, my goodness. So, look, me and 12 other dumb pastors got the email to go get a meeting from someone who worked in the government. And what he told me is Steven Spielberg, no joke, he's about to release a big old movie about aliens. That's never happened when you take a psyop and there's a movie made on the psyop at the same time frame. And so they're saying you need to be prepared to tell your people, what to say. And, I'm happy to be to be able to be the puppet for the government. Coincidentally, the government is going to tell me what to say to the people. So there's Orson Welles and Spielberg.
And he's basing it on some of what I've been told, the information that he's come across that he's...
he's got a movie down the pipeline already.
Had research presented to him. So it's like a sci-fi movie, but it's not a sci-fi movie.
Oh, my goodness. So it's like a sci-fi movie, and there's a sci-fi movie being made. But the thing that they're saying that I need to prepare for isn't a sci-fi. It's real, but I have no reason to believe it's real. But I'm going based on the fact that there's a sci-fi movie being made. I'm a big dum-dum. I'm a big stupid dum-dum.
Now, I want to say this. I want you to listen to me very carefully what I'm going
Oh, my gosh, listen up.
Going to say. What I'm going to say is going to be a little bit controversial, but
oh, my goodness.
Son wants him and I... Now, my son's way out there. I'm letting you know up front. He's got some theories, and it's like, Jonathan, where did you come up with that?
I wonder.
And he's a researcher. He's wide open on a lot of things that most people would not even be aware of, or some people wouldn't be interested in, but others.
Dude, you just threw your son under the bus. You poisoned the well with your own son, and now he's very interesting suddenly.
Are definitely interested in. Okay, first of all, we read this in the Bible. What
a surprise! We read it in the Bible. How did I know that was going to be your epistemology, that you just read it in the Bible? If we just read it in the Bible.
Faith, we understand.
We read the Bible.
That the worlds were created and framed by the Word of God. Now, the worlds there would be the planets, the earth. And remember this, that in the second heaven, first heaven is, when you have the earth, you have the first heaven, which is the clouds in the atmosphere, 60 miles up. But when you get past that into the darkness of the heaven, in the cosmos, let's say
the Bible.
you have the sun, moon, and stars. You have the nebulas. You have the constellations. You have the galaxies. You have the Milky Way. I mean, the Milky Way is not just, we're just a pinpoint of what stretches out there. And they say that creation continues to expand. Well, that's because when God said, let there be light, it continues to create. I have no problem with the expanding universe theory because God never took back his word. God said, let there be, and boom, it continues to create. So that's another subject in itself. But
read the Bible.
There are stories out there, and some of them I'm not going to tell because I don't want to get caught up with people taking what I say and trying to edit it and clip it and make it say things I didn't. This is the kind of stuff I would teach at one of my conferences.
Oh, well, your conferences? Why wouldn't you tell me that? If you had started with that, you teach this at one of your conferences, Perry, I wouldn't have been so apprehensive. I really wish you should have said that from the start. That if you just had said it from the start. First Amendment failed his way up the debating Ken Hovind on evolution. Can't wait till you review it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And look, guys, I ain't just saying this stuff. This is something I'm going to be teaching, and I would teach at one of my conferences.
More than I would on a YouTube channel, or definitely more than I would on social media, because people read into what you say, they add to what you say, they take away from what you say, they make you say things you didn't say, then they create some kind of AI that's...
You mean like your entire theology?
Definitely was not you. But here's what I want to tell you. According to the men who were present, who have the information, they said to these pastors, you're going to have two responses more than likely when all this information is eventually released. Now, I don't know what
the disdain by the Orthodox for the words of Christ is written is what? What do you mean by that? Would you like to defend that? That's an assertion. Where do you find disdain from Orthodox for the words of Christ? You mean like when he started a church? You mean like those words? Can you give an example, please?
What the total information is. I know a little bit about what it's about. But apparently whatever this is very serious. And number one, you're going to have people who are going to say, if there are galaxies and there are allegedly other creations in the galaxies, then the whole creation story is a myth. And you're going to have people that's going to apostatize and turn from the Christian faith because they have no answer for what they're about to hear.
What they got to hear.
Then they said the opposite will be. There will be a group of people who are not followers of Christ, are not followers of the Bible, and they're going to freak out, and they're going to come to pastors, ministers, and teachers and say, what is this? Is this really real? Now, my son thinks that a lot of this is going to be government fabrication.
Now, my son, who's just like an internet sleuth who doesn't have any authority, my son, now this is what I think. My son said the other day, because I was like, you want to play pickleball with me? And he said, well, I'll play, but I really want to cover some things that I've been researching online on my own. And I said, what? Like what? Like what? I'm about to do a conference. I'd love to include your work, son. And so here's the thing. My son said something.
To eventually, over time, explain away disappearances. Now, you know, this is not a movie. There's like 11 scientists that all have one thing in common.
What do they have in common?
I'll let you research this, that have disappeared. They've just disappeared. What's happened to them? Have they all decided to go in hiding? Have they all decided to go into some underground government bunker? Nobody knows what's happened to them. They've just up and disappeared. You see this right here, this picture of this guy going up into the spacecraft, a UFO. There are people who believe. I have some friends. I'm at the International Prophetic Summit.
Oh my gosh, his line of credible sources is just exploding every time he talks. I mean, my son, my friends.
And when we talk in private, I wish you could hear the green room conversations. No, I don't. Because if you heard the green room conversations, people would just go bonkers because...
Oh my gosh. Oh, you should hear my conversations when I'm out to bar with my friends. I mean, you would lose it. If you heard me talking with my friends...
Everybody wants to give their opinion now. Nobody just listens and soaks information in and says, I don't know about that, maybe so, whatever. They just immediately want to give their opinion. So that's why we keep some things privately behind closed doors or at a conference more than we do share it on.
A dumb question? Can you tell me? Look, you made the claim, bro. You came out hot. You came out swinging. You said we have a disdain for the Gospels, for the words that Christ said. Can you tell us how? Give an example, please. You call yourself a man of God, but you make a statement you can't defend? You sound like a slithering pig snake demon to me.
On some people, everything they think they know, they go on a YouTube channel and want to tell it just to get views. I'm not that way, but I did.
No, not me. Look at my background. I'm not here to get views. Look at my background. I don't do things for views. Look, I am not that way. I am definitely not that way. You know, I don't wear shirts and put up posters of aliens behind me for the views. I just do for the aesthetic. It's something I really appreciate.
I did feel like this was very important. My son believes, and I'm beginning to tend to believe as well, that this information is being presented so that...
Bro, we preserve the scripture for you. Do better, lizard. You're the one who made the claim that you can't defend. Who's the lizard now? You little fork-tongued demon. You're the one making the claims. You kiss the Gospels. That's idolatry. You don't know what is an idol, dude. You just accused us of not venerating or of not respecting the Gospels, and then we give you an expression of venerating and honoring the Gospels, and you call it idolatry. You're a sick, sick man. A sick, demented man.
At the return of the Lord, when there is a
double standards,
great disappearance, and if you talk about the rapture...
Because you lower them to mere tradition? What do you mean mere tradition? Was Paul referring to mere tradition when in Thessalonians? Tradition of fallible man. Are you a man? Are you a man? You're trying to teach us something. Are you a man? Watch how easy this is. These demons have nothing. These demons have nothing. Are you a man? Yes. So you're fallible, right? Okay, why should we listen to you in the chat? You're cooked, man.
Go to 1 Thessalonians 4, 16 through 17. Well, it doesn't say rapture. Yes, it says caught up to meet the Lord in the air, harpazo. Call up.
Oh, my goodness.
Harpazo.
What? Harpazo?
Call it the catching away. I mean,
I don't know why. These people always think that running out of breath is like some sort of way to get people. Maybe it works. I'm going to start doing it.
Everybody gets so caught up on a theological word in the English language that it describes an event.
You couldn't even tell me where the apostles taught. Did they teach about Joshua? Ruh-roh. Did they teach about bowing down and venerating the covenant? Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. You're getting cooked.
You know, Trinity is not...
You're a man, dummy, so why should we listen to you about anything? If you're going to say all of the knowledge and the praxis of God's church that he gave us, that Christ gave us, right, is fallible because men are fallible, why are we listening to you, dum-dum? Are you a woman, by the way, Mrs. Samarang? Is it Miss Samarang or Mr. Samarang? Why should we listen? Yeah, you shouldn't listen to me. I don't defer to myself, dum-dum.
Not in the Bible, but you use it.
The Bible.
Millennial reign is not in the Bible. 1,000-year reign is. That's a millennium. But the word millennium is not in the Bible, but we use it. There's 15 theological words that we use in the Christian faith that describe.
Hey, did they venerate the ark or not? You asked me for a question of where they taught it. They taught the Old Testament. Did they not teach the Old Testament? No? Okay. JB, it's okay to tell a Protestant that you don't consider them Christian? Yes. Yeah, it's actually a duty. Now, that's not to say you just go around saying that to people you love, obviously. You have to use discretion and discernment with how you're going to do that, right? Which is something that is guided by your spiritual father, your priest, and consideration. But generally, yeah, it's actually an act of love to tell them that they're not participating in the fullness of Christ's church. It's an act of love. You got to do it lovingly, though. That's the hard part. Because if you do it just by being right, then that's not going to occur as loving necessarily if it occurs that way. So
describe an event, an occurrence in the scripture. But you got people, please forgive me for saying this, but
they worship the God. No, I didn't ask if what they worshiped. They weren't worshiping the covenant, the Ark of the Covenant. Did they venerate? Do you know the difference between veneration and worship? You ding dong. Gosh, you're retarded.
It's true. You got people trying to preach.
It's demon energy. It's probably because Saint Seraphim Rose. Probably that
prophecy right now that
they're freaking out. Where are your measurements? Look, dude, I just asked you, did they bow to the Ark of the Covenant? Did they venerate the Ark of the Covenant? Yes or no? You won't answer because it destroys your view. You're a demon.
No pastor, no church, and no background in the preaching at all. All they do is go out there and collect everybody's material, and they want to make a YouTube video on it. They have no background. I have been preaching.
Oh my, no back. He's got the background now. I got 2 diamond stud earrings.
Prophecy for 50 years. I've written 100 books. Half of those are.
Oh my gosh, this guy is insane. This is why they're so useful. What did I tell you? If you want to utilize people as useful idiots, you find people who are prideful and lean into their own knowledge. They love their accolades. They love this stuff. You tap them up on the shoulder and you go, listen, bud, you are doing well, Perry Stone. Wow. The stuff you've done, Perry, you are really an authority, aren't you? And he's like, yeah, I wrote books. I wrote an encyclopedia. I wrote my own dictionary on the language, translating the Bible through the language of the alien. And I did everything. I do all of it, Listen to him talk about himself. This is like a key feature that you would use for people. You would see this as like if you were in the government and you wanted to utilize a person for your own narrative, your own things you wanted to do, you select people like this.
I've written 100 books. Half of those are prophetic books.
You've written 100 prophetic books. You've written 100 books, and half of them are prophetic books.
I remember back when everybody said, the Antichrist is a Jew from the tribe of Dan. I said, no, it's not. It's the 12th Imam called the Mahdi of Islam. I preached that in 1991.
I nailed that in 91. I even look, the record for the Buffalo Bills in 1999 could be found in a number of different unrelated paragraphs in my 3rd book. That is, you think that's some sort of accident?
I talked about the ashes of the red heifer in
Who is this clown? This is Perry Stone, the sort of tapped announcer, right, in conjunction with our government, I guess, who is going to be jointly, working with them in their stupid UFO narrative nonsense, dude. This guy's such a clown, man.
1984. Now everybody's talking about this stuff. I thank God they are. Now people don't think Perry Stone's a lunatic and a nut.
Oh, yeah? Oh, my gosh. Is that the promise? Dude, it's so clear how easy it is to use these people. Look, Perry, look, finally. Aren't you tired? Wait. Where is it? Oh, I changed it. Hold on a second. Green. Where's the white? Wait, where's the white? There it is. Where is it? Tired of writing prophetic books and people thinking you're a retard? Tired of be calling the Antichrist and being called a false prophet? Tired of all the ridicule in the comments and people dismissing you for being like a lunatic? Well, you can change that right now All you have to do for $19.99 and 99 cents is to be written an email by your government to tell you that you're now part of an inside special narrative about UFOs. All you have to do is be emailed by the government, and finally, they're going to tell you you're no longer a nut job. Haven't you always waited for vindication? Waiting your whole life for vindication? All your family members at Thanksgiving looking at you from across the room, scoffing at your insanity? Well, that changes right now. Right now, you can change the path of your own identity. You don't have to be remembered for your insanity. You could be remembered for what the government says you are. So, all you have to do is click your email. You might be the lucky winner. Good luck. Freaking nut job, man. Absolute nutcase, dude. Nut job. Crazy, dude. Crazy. How do I get my thing back? What happened? Hold on a second. There we go. There we go. Look at him. This is exactly how you get manipulated. It's like so clear, man.
Now people don't think Perry Stone's a lunatic and a nut.
Finally! That's what they promised, dude. Listen, it's going to be great. It's going to be great, Perry. You're going to finally, what would it be like for you? Just imagine what it's going to be like for you to finally be vindicated to everybody. All you have to do is sign that paper with us.
Hallelujah! Because now everybody's preaching the things that we've been preaching for 30 and 40 years. Now, if you've not...
You want me to follow in the footsteps of the Pharisees that Christ condemned? What are you talking about? You think the Pharisees today are who? You lunatic.
Kept up with my ministry for 30 or 40 years. You have no...
A graven image? What's a graven image? You don't even know what these things are, dude. You're a lunatic.
Clue about that.
What are you on Perry Stone's email list?
I have an entire vault.
You're not defining anything. You don't define what a graven image is. You don't define what an idol is, historically. You don't define anything, dude.
That are filled with CDs, DVDs, and DVDs that can prove to you that a lot of stuff that you're hearing now that's all over.
Did he just say DVDs and CDs? Did he just say CDs? This guy's great.
DVDs and DVDs that can... for 30 and 40 years. Now, if you've not kept up with my ministry for 30 or 40 years, you have no clue about that. I have entire vaults that are filled with CDs, DVDs, and DVDs.
Bro, you gotta be kidding me.
That can prove to you.
I couldn't write a better script than this.
That a lot of stuff that you're hearing now, it's...
Look it. You have never even been in my house. And that's my first house. My second house has a basement full of a vault of DVDs and CDs and DVDs and DVDs and DVDs of all the work I've done. You don't even know. You don't even know the and I'm finally getting recognized for all my work. You can't take, nobody's going to take that from me. Nobody, not my son, not my ex-wives, not my family, my employees. Not a single one of you is going to take this big chance away from me. This is my final moment. I worked my entire life for this. Oh, it's actually disgusting on the government's part to do this to people. It's so sickening, man. Like these are these poor creatures living their life in their own delusion for years, making their own subcult, and you go and tap them on the shoulder and you affirm it, knowing that the vindication is what they desperately want more than anything. You just vindicate them. You're like, you are the guy. Sickening. You know how there's like audience capture, that phenomenon? This is like government capture. Finally, has me in tears. Finally. It's finally come to pass. Freeze frame expert. I got vaults and vaults
all over.
I've worked with Mr. Saramarang 3030 for years. I've worked with these people. They know. They've been in my dungeon. They've been in my world. They've been in it. Your character? You're gonna bite and you're gonna ankle bite our character and you're gonna freaking gaslight us and then people attack your character back and you cry and whine? Unbelievable.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Let me guess.
Over the internet. We were preaching this in the late 70s.
He lashes out and then he cries when we give it back to him. Get out of here, dude.
70s, 80s, and 90s, year 2000, when nobody was listening. Nobody but my partners and a handful of people in churches.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's no reason. This is the thing. There's no reason why anyone would follow you, you lunatic. But now the government needs some lunatics, dummy. The government needs some lunatics to do their little psyop, and you're a perfect contestant, Guy Fieri. What are you? What even are you? The government psyoped a contractor into offing himself because they fed him secret messages from aliens, literally drove him insane. Yeah. Yeah, dude, these people are useful idiots. So lost in the sauce, man. I'm taking on all of you. What do you mean not a serious person? You have no position to defend. You can't defend anything, dude. You would get completely demolished with like 3 questions. Do you understand that? That's why you only could operate in the chat. You could only operate in comment sections.
We're paying any attention to it. They only pay attention to it when it starts happening. That's just how it is. They only go back and revert to what you've taught as they see it come to pass. The book on the vision, go read it.
Go read it. Go download it and get the DVD.
The book on the Great American Reset.
Icons, we already defeated you. You asked for an example of the teaching of icon veneration, and we pointed to the Ark of the Covenant, something that's in the Old Testament that's actually taught by the apostles. They hold to the Old Testament. And I asked you, is venerating the Ark of the Covenant idolatrous? And guess what? Guess what you didn't do? Answer the question. That's what you didn't do, because you can't answer any questions. All you do is shift the goalpost.
Set that I wrote. Go read it. Children of the Apocalypse. Get this material and read it.
Get it. Get the DVD.
And you'll see.
Get it.
The Holy Spirit knows everything that's coming. He is not blind to anything.
The Holy Spirit knows everything that's coming. He just made equivalent his books and DVDs with the Holy Spirit. Oh, the government had this guy on a list for a long time. You kidding me? Some assistant working at the government made a list a long time ago of the go-to people for the alien psyop to kind of use the useful idiots and their false congregation of lost sheep. And he's one of them. And anyone, I guarantee you the rest of these guys, whoever have been tapped, are very much in the same vein as far as branding is concerned as this guy. You know, it gets you it gets you a critical mass. There's something called a tipping point, and it's not an objective law or anything. It's just a trend. And the tipping point is when you get a small amount of people to agree with a narrative. If you can quickly get the 15% to about 80%, or a tipping point, I should say, if you can get the 15% upward to like 25%, the 25% to the 80% is quick. That's the tipping point. And what you see with these psyops, it happens with 9/11, right? All of our observation was incompatible with what is now the official narrative. But because of the sharp, aggressive narrative deployment early on, you can get that small amount of skepticism up, away from the skepticism and up to affirming the narrative very quickly. But you need apparatuses. It happened with COVID too. It's always the same. Something happens, there's talk about it, people are skeptical, and then you jump that 15% affirming the narrative to a quick 25%, and then it skyrockets to like 85%. Every single time. It happens every single time. And this guy's a useful idiot. And everyone else who got contacted to run this game is more than happy because it affirms their narratives. It affirms their identity. PerryStone.org. I got DVDs. I finally got tapped by the government. It's my dream. I literally dream about this stuff, being tapped by the government. CDs and DVDs and DVDs and DVDs.
And I get stirred up a little bit because I had to take the blunt and get beat up and be called a heretic for all the stuff that I was preaching 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago that now
See?
everybody else, not everybody, but a lot of
See?
people are teaching and preaching. So you can go back and look at the archives that we have. And
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely do that right away. I'm going to do that right away. Why? He's going to run with this. This is going to help everybody, man. All of these false teachers. Rapture, Antichrist. I mean, you could use this guy for all of the chapters. You can use all of it.
spirits, doctrines of devils. This is going to happen. So this is going to take place. It's going to cause people to apostatize and turn. However, it's going to cause other people to question what is going on. What is this about? Are these demons?
Yeah, these people, it's terrible, man. These are people in their mom's house who are like 50, you know, in Alabama, you know, southern states especially, you know. This is easy to adopt, and he's being used, man. This is like a stepping stone. This is how you get that sort of like word of mouth, like that Tinder burning. You know, the buzz. You need the buzz. So they utilize these people for the buzz and plant the seeds. This guy's a useful, dumb gardener. They're all, hey, can you plant all these seeds in your garden? He's like, my garden? Oh, my goodness, I thought you never asked. This is a dream come true. And I got a lot of DVDs about other gardens, and I work with a lot of people, and I'll meet with you anytime. This dude sits around talking to his wife, hoping that they call again. He's just like, oh, maybe they're going to call me today. You know what this means for us, honey? Do you finally know what this means for us? We could get the boat. Where's the ark venerated when God's presence is absent? They bowed down to it because God's spirit was present above the mercy seat. Well, no, the question is, the reality is that they're bowing down, right, and venerating something that's not identical to God. Right? So? And either way, the entire argument against veneration is the very uncharitable, deceptive collapse between veneration and worship anyway. So all you guys really have is any form of veneration that we distinguish as veneration is worship. And you're like, you can't argue it. You can't, once we ask you what's the difference and how do you distinguish what worship is versus just honoring something or someone, you can't tell us. All you do is you look at an activity, you're like, bowing means worship. Kissing a hand means worship. Kissing something means worship. Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from? Bowing down to God? Okay. Is bowing down to something always worshiping it? You see what I'm saying? Is it you're not listening. If you bow to anything, are you automatically, does it mean you're participating in worship at all? Like, what's your standard? I was genuine in my discussion. It didn't mean any disrespect. I don't know who you are. I appreciate your work, Jim Bob. I just got back and make an account because your mods want to live in a bubble. I don't know who you are, but thank you for the super chat. Are you the Miss Samarang? By his logic, us bowing to the holy gifts is fine then because the Spirit is with them. Right, God is present. Yeah, well, if God's present anywhere, then bowing anywhere, bowing to anything inside where God's present is okay. You just debunked yourself anyway. Exactly. Good point, Justin.
Is this a manifestation of the fallen angels that came down to the daughters of men in Noah's day, and is it being repeated in another form without the creation of the Anakim, the Rephaim, and all that kind of thing? And by the way, that's something else. That's something else that I taught in the 1980s when the sons of God came to the daughters of men. Oh my goodness! I turn on YouTube, the Anunnaki, the ancient Sumerians, the Anunnaki, the giants. Everybody's teaching this. You know what? I'm not angry at all. I think it's funny because I remember when people thought I was a nut. They said, Perry Stone, he's a little bit of a heresy, he's preaching strange stuff. So I feel better. I feel better. I'm not the nut anymore.
Oh my gosh, this guy, poor guy, honestly. It's so obvious. They don't pick anyone, right? They don't just pick anyone for this task, you guys. You know, there's a right There's a right guy for the right job, right? Like, dude, that's such a red flag right off the bat that in when you're about to do a psyop as the government, you don't pick someone respectable. You pick someone who's a nut job and who's now transitioning from nut job to being a vindicated, right? That's not a red flag. What the hell, man? I'm genuinely trying to listen and understand, having grown up in a Southern Baptist environment. Obviously, those types would say it's idolatry. Yeah, well, you have to distinguish what idolatry means. Like, from my experience of Southern Baptists, they don't even have a distinction, idolatry. They actually, from their own standard, they idolize the Bible. From their own standard. Didn't you see the debate? Now, you can't say that Jonathan there, Shelley, didn't actually properly represent his position. He did. That's what I like about it, is that he actually affirmed and represented the position quite well, which is you guys end up being the true idolaters for the Bible. You make the Bible God. That's what's so ironic about someone who's from that background of tradition, and they look at orthodoxy and they see veneration, and they see iconography, and they see these things. And they think idolatry because it's an object or it's a picture, and therefore it has to be the case. And you're like, what do you think the Bible is? Is the Bible not made up of pictures in the form of words? Is the Bible not a representation of something? In its physicality, it's a representation of something, right? What's the difference? So, is it okay to kiss the Bible? Would that be an act of honoring the Bible, to kiss the Bible? I don't have anything wrong with kissing the Bible. Is that worship? No. You kiss a picture of your grandmother who's dead? Is that worshiping your grandma? No. So you got to get into what idolatry is, historically, biblically. What is an idol? Biblically, what is it? Kiss the wall? Yeah, is kissing the wall idolatry? Catholics worship idols. I'm not prepared to answer that. I'll answer it very broadly, and maybe someone else can point you in a better direction. It's possible to worship a concept that's false, and in a sense, the concept is a type of idol. And that might be the case with Catholics at this point. Yeah, there's nothing. Protestantism, the whole heterodox sect, the entire branch is dying. It's no longer getting any water. Now, usually a branch can get enough water from the root and keep it going, but it's dying. It's not working anymore. There's nothing there. So, good. It should be starved. The heterodox world should be starved. It borrowed enough. It took enough of the nourishment from the root, and it perverted it. And it denied it. Good. It should be starved. You haven't seen any evidence that it's dying? Well, in the West, there's a mass conversion to Orthodoxy and Catholicism, for one. Unfortunately, some of which are also moving to Islam. But it's a collapse. The collapse is that it doesn't maintain any tradition. It's a changing tradition. It's pretty much on par with progressivism. The changes of progressivism, given the times, giving the culture, the trends of the times, Protestant adapts itself to the times. That's evidence of it dying. It has no normative authority. It's changing. With the introduction of people renting stages and microphones and doing podcasts, you have an increase of people who call themselves pastors of a church. Protestants can't tell them that they're false pastors. That's why it's dying. It's being diluted. It's being saturated. It's death by diluted, by dilution. It's being saturated with plurality. That's what kills it. It's nominalist. It's death. It's dying. And you know it. The fact that you're even here is a testament to it. Look, here's another good view on it. Here. I don't know if anyone's ever given this take. Protestantism is definitionally, here, listen very closely. Protestantism itself is defined in its very identity oppositional to Catholicism. Premise one, right? Protestantism in its very identity is in opposition to Catholicism. That's where it gets its name. That's where it gets its behavior. That's its very existence, right? Well, what's happening is that Catholicism is following the trend of Protestantism. Now, what is Protestantism if Catholicism becomes Protestant itself? It doesn't have an identity anymore. That's because Catholicism, in many ways, is the first Protestantism. But now it's finally catching up. What is it catching up with? Chasing the modern trends. Changing the church to fit the times, as opposed to baptizing what can be baptized of the times into the church. It's backwards. So think about that. If Protestantism itself is identified by its opposition to Catholicism, but Catholicism is starting to look modern and ecumenist and perennialist, how could you identify Protestantism anymore? You don't have your enemy. They're becoming you. There's no contrast anymore. You're lost. It's saturation. It's diluting it all. They still didn't tell us what idolatry is. Yeah, they won't. But are sculptures bad? Can art be a form of idolatry? You got to tell us what you think idolatry is. Orthodoxy knows what idolatry is biblically. You think something in the medium that it is idolatry. That's not true. That's not true. It's not the medium itself. It's got to be a full definition of what idolatry is. Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? By your own definition, the Bible itself would be idolatrous based on your lackluster definition. It's just an object, right? Why are you holding this object so dearly? What are you doing? You won't tell us what it is. Now, suddenly, if you pursue orthodoxy in the chat, that guy, user guy, if you pursue orthodoxy and learn properly what idolatry is historically, biblically, and what it would be today, you wouldn't have this contention with orthodoxy. But you won't. Or maybe you will. God willing. Father Maximos in Mountain of Silence uses the language of idol worship to describe the imagined view of Christ that the prots have when they create their own religion in their minds. Yeah, in that sense, and Jay has covered this, that there could be a concept that you have that you could make an idol. You can make an idol of a concept. Which really, if you really think about it, that statement, thank you for that, by the way, that statement is, what is it you're really worshiping? And you realize how dark it is. It's your own mind. That's how crazy dark it gets. That you idolize your own mind. Fair, what is idolatry? I'm just trying to learn. Well, I can give you the orthodox conception of idolatry, but like I say, if you're willing to learn from the Orthodox perspective, I'm going to defer you and ask you to and invite you to a divine liturgy. And through your experience of divine liturgy, whatever you experience during the divine liturgy, whatever objections that come to you.
One of our icons is the 8-armed gender-fluid blue elephant. He sanctioned the Temple of the Rats.
I'm not surprised, Vagine. You can stay after and talk to the priest about idolatry and your concerns for idolatry. I would love that for you. I would love if you did that. If you're really trying to learn an Orthodox view, you'll do the full trip to the divine liturgy and learn from the source, not from me. How is atheism biased? It's biased because it starts with your own ad hoc autonomous epistemology. That's biased. You're basically saying nominalism is true, and your particular methods for coming to truth, the idea that God doesn't exist, you're the ultimate authority for what constitutes truth. So it's like the worst kind of bias. It's nominal. You're a nominalist. You think autonomous epistemology is somehow coherent. It's not. It's actually like, I think it's pretty much conducive with insanity, type of delusional position. Atheism is dumb. Yeah, it's silly. It's silly. And it's it'll always be around, but like the next trend is atheism toward some sort of syncretism. That's what we're going to see, especially with the alien stuff. The alien stuff is going to work on atheists as much as it works on those the dumb pastors that I just showed on screen. It works on them in different ways, but it's a similar outcome, is that the atheism then has to come to the conclusion that that evolution might not actually be true. And what could be true is that the aliens actually populated us and maybe engineered us to begin with. Suddenly they have an intelligent design perspective. The only thing you need for the atheist to move over from completely laughing and scoffing at intelligent design, right? Oh, these people are so stupid. Oh, duh, I came from a fish. The only thing that's necessary for them to make the movement to intelligent design but still reject God is if they believe aliens exist suddenly. That's how easy it's going to be. You're going to see a massive increase of atheists, secularists, who suddenly take an intelligent design position. And now they're going to be open to evolution being trash. It's so fickle. It's just so fickle. And honestly, you're going to see how fickle people who call themselves Christians are if they do an alien psyop. You're going to see how fickle they are. How quickly they just move away. How quickly it's going to be. It's all it takes. Yep. It's going to be trash, dude. But it's going to be horrific. It's not going to be something to celebrate necessarily, because they're going to double down on some new broken worldview. An alien worldview. Which in many ways is just as atheist. It's going to be sad. Appreciate it. Grew up Catholic, went to Catholic school, confirmed whatnot. Yeah, that's not orthodoxy, though. So, that's the thing. It's not orthodoxy. Even the elect shall be fooled. Yes, I'm going to get into that, actually, because I've read Nihilism. I'm getting through, slowly but surely, Genesis, creation, and early man. But I think I'm going to do a pretty good deep dive on religion of the future. I think I could really tackle that in a unique way. So I'm gonna get that up on the board for you guys, because I think you'll really appreciate that. That could be an epic stream, honestly. I'm trying to figure out an excuse for the most epic stream ever, like 12 hours. And if I break Religion of the Future into components, I think I might be able to make that the most epic stream. I'm leaving Catholicism too. After a lifetime, it's rough, but it's right. Beautiful, Jezek. There's a lot of support for you. But it's going to be, I don't know, if you've been attending Divine Liturgy, even as someone who's moving away from Catholicism, I'm sure you're getting something already from it. So that's good. Yeah, I'm actually pumped about that. I'm going to get that. I'm going to plan out the most epic stream ever. It's going to be good. Hermetica? No, I didn't read that yet. No. A Kenneth Copeland stream? No, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, man, that's crazy. Math versus materialism. What is this? What is this?
Ends up.
What is this? And eventually you'll end up like a
with an evolution that, and combined with natural selection, it preserves the mutations that are good, and you will end up with something that looks designed, even though it is not designed. The mutation.
Oh, I want to give him a wedgie.
Over time, being preserved by natural selection is enough.
Oh, I just want to bully him.
Why doesn't that work?
There's a mathematical problem, and it's a profound one. My colleague David Berlinski calls it the combinatorial problem.
The clip that we're about to watch features a conversation between Dr. Stephen Meyer and...
His information theory suggests that there must be some sort of designer. Obviously, people like Dawkins, who suggest that evolution is the universal acid, they say that these things can arise
kiss the wall.
themselves. They would also make the suggestion that...
die for my little country.
The information in DNA is not necessarily directed, that it only seems directed to us because...
How the hell did this guy get popular, honestly? What a shame on us, all of us. And I by the way, I went through my Ben Shapiro phase. So I'm making fun of myself, but I'm like, Jim Bob, how could you? Like, how could a man, an adult man, how could they hear that in their ear and think, yeah, no, I'm going to follow this man?
Because we're here to actually look at the direction in which it moves. It could theoretically be random.
That's all, folks.
What does information theory have to say
well,
about this stuff?
It's actually helpful first to go back to the molecular biological...
This is old, by the way, pretty old.
Evolution of the 1950s. Watson and Crick discover in 1953...
I already watched this. Kiss the wall. Yeah, even me. Yeah, no, I went from my sort of like default liberal phase to, this is a sinking ship. I've got to move over to the floaty device. And the floaty device ends up being classical liberalism and libertarianism. You know, I became, really interested in Thomas Sowell, of course, and all the Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro sort of pioneered the online get-owned debate world. I don't know if you guys remember that, but, the pixelated sunglasses and stuff, like Get Wrecked, like that was pretty much, he was like kind of one of the leading faces for that phenomenon. And so that helped. You're like, oh, I want to wreck these people. I'm going to wreck these liberals with Ben Shapiro. But then you're like, ugh. Then it all starts showing up, doesn't it? It shows its ugly face for what it is. Ben Shapiro. What did he write a book? I'm going to give you 7 excellent ways to destroy America from the inside. and buy my book, How to Destroy America in 7 days. What? What are you doing, dude? Nah. I'm so glad that he's failed, though. He really has failed. His whole Daily Wire, and we knew it, right? A while back, we knew it was very strange. You guys remember the sign that Daily Wire was in trouble? They collectively got on a podcast and sold to everybody to sign up for a lifetime membership. Who does that? A lifetime membership to Daily Wire. Like, I was like, oh, that's literally a flare. That's like lighting a flare in the sky. And now, what? They lost 85% of their audience, and Matt Fradd couldn't save it. Man, they really did have their compass wrong from the start. Well, of course, their compass isn't Christ, but even just socially, like they had it wrong. You know? Oh, well, we should get Matt Fradd. And Matt Fradd seems to have like some of the tradcasts under his belt, so maybe we can carry some of those over to the Daily Wire and they can save us from a sinking ship. And Matt Fradd, do you have any problem wearing a yarmulke like at least once a week? Matt Fradd turns out to be a weakling. Such like a weak, a weak representation of a man. Sort of like charmed and like excitable that he's signed a deal with the Daily Wire, a sinking ship. He made the wrong choice, by the way. I don't know. They must have rolled out the real, the carpet, which is probably not a red carpet. It's probably white and blue with stars on it. Thomas Paine or Thomas Sowell? I'm not sure, actually. Probably Paine. Thomas Sowell's a classical liberal. He was good at refuting the common narratives about black and white people. He was really good at that. But ultimately, he's arguing for a classical liberal paradigm, which is self-refuting and destroys civilization from the inside. So, he's old now, so he's not really partying. You hate Thomas Sowell quotes? Yeah, there's so many times. I actually did a meme of Thomas Sowell quotes. I just took a Wu-Tang thing. The shame on the who plays games on the whatever the quote is. I got a lot of pushback. But I was like, why don't we just get clear on what these quotes really mean? Jim Bob, wouldn't the alien seeding Genesis essentially be the same position as the deist position? Yeah. Yeah, the aliens seeding the beginning of life or engineering life would be a deist. Well, you'd have the problem of what created the... you'd have endless regress. You'd have a different problem, an endless regress problem of the aliens themselves. Never understood why Jeremy Boring didn't just admit being Skittles. Because they're all... I'm so happy. I'm just so happy that they lost their position in culture. So tired of it. I was so tired of it. Justin says, I supported your Thomas Sowell meme. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Yep. 3 more for the goal, 3 minutes. Yes, now it's 3 in a minute and a half. Your call to action, apparently futile. Truly is risen. No, he's not. I don't think he's Skittles. He's just being hyperbolic about that. You don't want to get sued by the Daily Wire. And who's this guy? I don't know who this guy is, but I'm very skeptical of him, okay? All right? Let me show you guys this guy. Because I don't know who it is, and this is why I started with, like, people who have Orthodox crosses, and you're like, who are you? What are you up to? And this guy really, I keep showing up. He keeps showing up on my feed, and he takes really weird positions, okay? This guy, Ethan Wayne. Anyone know about this guy? Now, I totally wrecked him on this. Go me. But it annoyed me because he took a picture of Christian Mario saying, no Saint Seraphim slander will be tolerated, right? Slander's bad, right? So this is my exchange with this guy. He posts Christian Mario saying no Saint Seraphim slander will be tolerated. Totally normal comment to make, right? That's not aggressive. That's not controversial. Slander won't be tolerated. Okay. Well, he's like this young guy who's like studying as a seminarian or something. Right here. Christian student, seminarian, member of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. an eparchy of Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople. Okay, he's got this aggressive X account, right? He's an ecumenist, I assume. He immediately goes like this to him, right? Oh, the language of authoritarians who don't believe in free speech or thought, right? This is all modern Enlightenment fart thinking, right? Who are you to, quote, tolerate such slander or not? Crush the opposition, no dissent permitted, he says. I go, wait a second, hold on a second. Let's take a look at some of this stuff, okay? Let's take a look at your statements here. Let's take a look-see. I just simply asked, are you in defense of pornography as free speech? Because he basically went to free speech. He says, no, obscenity can be prohibited. But even if it couldn't, it would still be wrong. Okay. So the question is idiotic, right? Well, I asked a different question after that, right? I asked another question. Is slander obscene? Because he said obscenity can be prohibited. I said, is slander obscene? He doesn't answer. And then he finally answers. He says, the question whether or not slander is considered obscene is idiotic. No, slander is an obscenity. Google what obscenity is under American law, he appeals to. Not orthodoxy, not his theology, American law. You're clueless, he says. I didn't ask about the legal definition, guy. From an orthodox perspective, is it obscene, considered obscene? Guess what he says? Word concept fallacy. Obscenity isn't even a traditional moral category in orthodoxy. Slander is bad and evil. He just cooked himself right there. Slander is bad and evil. Okay, so slander is evil, but you criticize Mario for not tolerating slander, not tolerating evil, but you're okay with censoring obscenity. It's just these people. So what I'm saying, you got to figure out who is a plant, who is an orthodox plant. It's sickening. And by the way, the term obscenity, while that word doesn't exist, it's certainly what it refers to exists. Definitely. In not only first century writings, but in scripture itself, there's references to what would be equivalent to what we call obscene. This guy's the worst, man. And what sucks is that America, in particular the Eastern, the Greek Orthodox Church in America is going to be increasingly infiltrated with aggressive sort of like piety signaling. I don't even know what to call them. They're ecumenists, right? They're modernists. It's going to be a tough fight, you guys. I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. I really don't know what's going to happen. Ethan Wayne is a subversive liberal who wants to liberalize the church. He won't use the proper title or address clergy such as Father, Heirs, and Seraphim. Yeah, I've seen that too. It's like, what do you do with that, right? Obviously, the true church can't be taken, but does it just weed it out, right? Would it be, you know what I'm saying? Like, does it just get weeded out? Is there any work to do? You know what I mean? What do Orthodox people do? I don't know. You just gotta kind of be like, well, I'll just make it a liturgy. Just keep making it a liturgy. I don't know. What can I do? What is your opinion on the double slit experiment as well as Schrodinger's cat? I don't have much to say about the double slit experiment. I don't honestly know what's being ultimately claimed there and what the implications are. So I don't know how it's applicable. It sounds like what's derived from it is merely a theoretical position and not a practical one at all. Oh, Lurking Latter-day Saint. Hey, how's it going, Lurking Latter-day Saint? How you doing? Thanks for outing your lurkiness and no longer lurking. Right? You can't be lurking anymore. How can someone be LDS? Don't know. Have no idea how you got in that mess. Don't know. Game caller. Some crazy logic. Oh, game caller. So he's starting trouble, man. Want me to explain? I mean, if you want, everyone's always up for a sermon from a LDS person. It's always a fun story, you know. That's good. Apparently, Saint Seraphim is controversial to call aliens demons and yoga demonic and religion of the future. Yeah, I can't wait to get into it. I'm pumped. That might be my epic stream, honestly. I'm gonna have to order it overnight, get into it, create my slideshow. Maybe I could get guests on. Like, get Jay on, get DPH on, maybe get a Father Stephen DeYoung on. You know, I think I could pull something really epic. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Abe Dinkus, what's up? How you doing? I won't crash out. Do you guys want this guy to come on or what? What do you think? Should we do a prompt? Why are you still LDS? I could start that right now. Look, watch this. Watch what I figured out. Watch what I figured out. A space. Only people you invite. Why are you LDS? And action. There I am. We did it, folks. We did it. All righty. We got it. There you are, man. There you go, bud. Why are you LDS? From agony to light, just go on X. Click on. I just started a space. Let's go. Debating Gnostic informant on the origin of Lucifer would be epic. That would be. He's actually not a bad one to go to because he memorizes a lot of stuff. So he'll certainly be inundated with a lot of information. You know. A bit of sparring with a Mormon. There it is, Buggo. Let's go, Buggo. There you go, bud. There you go, bud. I don't trust unknown callers. Well, people who say they're Mormons, I trust them not to violate because they're a little bit prude, honestly. Discord's not easier. No, Discord's not easier. No. Discord's like... Still people can't figure out how to run Discord. This works well. Sorry you're old? Oh, man. Come on, man. Every time. Come on, man. Well, maybe some other LDS will show up. You never know. We'll see. If you're too old to do it, that's fine. Boomer tard. Look, if you're too much of a boomer tard, that's fine. We'll just wait for another LDS to show up. I mean, I could change it to Proudies and make it Proud on the spot. You want me to do that? Here. Let's change it. Proud on the spot. Prot on the spot. For Protestants. There we go. I changed it. I just changed it to Prot on the spot. Step on up, tell us what you got. Welcome everybody to Prot on the spot. Come on, Proudies. Game caller, I mean, I talked to you already before, so I don't know. There's that. Let me see where else we got mixed. OBS assets. Let's see if I could get. Did I save this? Did I save the Prot on the spot intro? I hope I did. I was gonna make a new one anyway, but if I have an old one, that'll be fun. No? Stupid Jim Bob. You stupid boy. You stupid man. You're dumb. You're dumb. You deserve nothing in life. You're stupid. Sorry. Is it in here? Nope. Stream Deck. It's probably in here. Step on up. Tell us what you got. Welcome everybody to Prot on the spot. Posh ukulele. Wow, did I really? Dude, stupid. What a stupid thing you did. What a dumb man you are. Huh. Well, I guess I messed that one up. Whatever, I'll make a new one. Hey, Proudies out there, anybody? Anybody out there? Is there any prod out there? Brotherdocs? You don't sound Protestant. You don't sound Protestant at all. I don't get the idea that you're Protestant. Hey, Prot. Come on, Prot. How do we join? Love to have a participate. I don't have Twitter. Well, you can't join then. You got to be on Twitter to join. You got to be on You got to be on Twitter. Is there any Proudy out there? Is there any Proudy out there? I used a witching stick to locate an underground electric line today. I always thought that was BS. I might be a witch now. I've seen that, and I still don't understand how that's so consistent in its predictive capability. So I know nothing about it, but apparently it works. Excuses. They're gone. Jay finished them all? Yeah. You're down to debate Gnosticism? What would be the debate prompt for Gnosticism? I don't understand. It's unfortunate. I'll get you the next time towards Calvinism. You can't guide someone towards Calvinism. You guys deny free will. You know what I mean? Like, how could you guide someone to Calvinism? It's impossible. It's actually practically impossible to guide anybody toward anything. You mean you'll hope that God turns you into a marionette doll and then also subsequently turns me into a marionette doll and plays a game of marionette performance art? Is that what you mean by being guided to Calvinism, or? You're asking for a fight in a cemetery? You guys got obliterated, man. This is sad. This is sad. X is a heterodox graveyard. Oh well. I give you guys chances. I give Prots chance. I give LDS a chance. And what do I get in return? I invite you to a party, and you don't even give me a letter that says I can't make it today. You just ignore it. We don't guide good deeds. Is it a good deed to convert to Calvinism? Only the Holy Spirit can. Yeah, exactly. You just proved my point, bro. We can only do evil without the Spirit. Cool. So we can't do good without the Spirit either. This is why Calvinism fails. Because you can't do good. That's why it fails, dude. You can't do good. There's no good you can do. God, you're determined to do evil because you're just a bag of evil. And then when you do good, it's not actually you either. Okay? The Agora. You may speak.
Thank you, brethren. Thank you. It's an honor to be able to speak with you, my friend.
How's it going?
I'm not a Protestant, so can I ask you something?
Oh, man.
I just need to ask you something, brother, just real quick. I'll make it fast. So my question is, when Protestants say that the church is just a body of believers, like literally anyone that believes in Christ, wouldn't that technically mean also that the people that believed in Christ in the 1st or 2nd century would fall into that category?
Well, anybody who declares it, it's like saying, like, how do you know someone's trans? Well, they just say it. So, yeah, it would include that, but it would also include currently Orthodox people. So you can't really say Orthodox aren't Christian or whatnot. It's just this. It's a self-identifier, basically.
Okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
It's trans theology.
Yeah. It's trans theology. I'm going to start using it now. Yeah. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, no problem. John Doe, you may speak. Mute, dude. I'm mute, dude. Come on, dude. This is dumb. Hollow Ninja, $5. Did someone studying on divine liturgy like you told me the things within the sacraments are what Jesus tells us to do? You don't need orthodoxy for that? No. To know about that stuff, you're going to appeal to a church, right? How many times have we got to cover this, Hollow Ninja? The things you're referencing to do, baptize in the name, right?
Sorry, I'm on Twitter. Sorry.
Hey,
It's
no
a little
problem.
delayed.
Oh, I'm talking to a super chat right now. What I'm telling you, Hollow Ninja, is that for you to reference those things, you need a history. That's what I'm saying. You had to be introduced to those ideas. So where did you get those ideas from? Go ahead. Oh, John, if you wanted to talk, you can talk because you requested yourself
Yeah,
up.
thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry. I was just saying, like, my thing is like, okay, before obviously the proto-Christianity, that was obviously a thing. So it's like, okay, who decides what is canon and non-canon? That was kind of just basically what I was trying to,
Are you talking about like law? Or are you talking about the canon, like scripture, like the New Testament? The books,
scripture.
The books? Well, the church itself had to exist to guide and to facilitate the compilation of the books, right? Because it's not just like, you wouldn't hold that it's like a bunch of human beings who are essentially just like taken over, right? There's no free will in their organizing the books, right? That it's men, that there are men. Yeah, okay. So the question is, well, that means the true church existed.
Thing is, who decides what is a true church? That's I'm just trying to break it down.
Christ is.
There's got to be.
Well, you go back in time. So when was the true church established?
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Well, what do you hold? What do you
Well,
hold?
I'm born and raised Catholic. Yeah.
Go ahead. Who started the true church?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, who decided all that stuff?
Yeah, who started the true church? I mean, whose church is this?
Right. Well, exactly. That's what I'm wondering. Because
Well, whose is it? Who's the high priest of the church?
Well, you're talking about like Catholicism, or you're talking about
from either view.
I used to mock Calvinists.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's
then
like
I actually studied it and realized I was predestined to be Hindu. Hail almighty cows of dung.
Well, that's kind of true. That's the right answer under Catholicism. When I say who's the high priest, who's the high priest of Catholicism, you would have to say the Pope. That's at least consistent. But who started the church at Pentecost?
Pentecost, I don't know about Pentecost. Yeah, I'm not familiar with all that stuff, to be honest.
Yeah. Christ started his church.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Sorry, again.
That's okay. So if Christ started the church and Christ's church can't be taken by Satan, Christ starts a church and then he establishes his Great Commission to teach what his church teaches, right? So there's now an authority that's not identical to Christ, but men under Christ, right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And so if that exists, and you held to the view that Christ started a church that could and will be guided by His Spirit, but also in through matter we participate, that guided by Christ and taught, right, by the apostles, then the apostles then teach. And so the question is, do people have faith that Christ started a church and that through the apostles they would teach and they would effectively carry forth the teachings and the tradition? And we would say, yeah, of course. It's Christ's church, of course, right?
Christ existed, 100%. Like 100%.
Right, no, but even after, if Christ started a church, does Christ still exist?
Exist through the teachings.
Well, no. Does Christ exist? Is he alive or dead? Are we a religion of the dead or the living?
Well, the dead.
Christ is dead?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm confused. But like the word, I'm sorry, I'm confused with the word. But yeah, no, like Christ lives off through the teachings and all that and what he taught.
No. Does Christ himself, is Christ alive now?
Oh, well, currently, no. Well, I'd say, like, in the physical form, you're talking about the physical form or his teachings or his idea and
his person, is Christ the person alive?
Well, in Catholicism, yeah, we take the every Sunday or Saturday, wherever you go to church, you consume.
He's risen. Is he risen? Did he defeat death or not? Did he defeat death?
Well, so that's my gripe, man. As a borderline Gnostic, that's what, like, I agree he existed, all that, but I don't know. I believe that maybe it was eventually like written down through the game of telephone. So it's like I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Like, I don't know.
You're not sure that.
I mean,
wait. If you're going to appeal to anything that's Christian, you're not sure whether or not to appeal first and foremost to the idea, the doctrine that Christ defeats death.
Well, yeah, of course. I believe. Well, that's what I'm saying. Conceptually, he does.
Wait, can you only conceptually defeat death?
Well, yeah, because with your teachings or your ideas, like because for example, Steve Jobs is dead, but I'm talking to you on a Mac fucking MacBook
Steve
Pro,
Jobs.
So.
Yeah, Steve Jobs. The claim isn't Steve Jobs isn't God, and second, Steve Jobs. We don't claim Steve Jobs defeats death.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would say through the design, I think one can. But I mean, that's maybe
Well, no.
where we differ.
No, you're just saying that a concept of a person could live on. That's to say, if my grandma dies and I have a picture of her, she didn't really die?
Well, no. I'm saying like through, like if you create or design or make stuff,
The
like
Calvinists
your
and us
idea
have a
lives
lot
on
in
even if you're
common.
dead. Like,
Just
I didn't ask
as
about
we're
an idea. I
predestined
asked
for
about the person.
salvation, we are also predestined
well,
to
the person,
throw
if the
at
person
each
puts
other.
in work, then they create an idea. They create a
No.
physical
The
matter.
idea, you're admitting that the idea is not identical to the person.
Oh no, it's definitely separate.
Okay, then I'm talking
but
about
not
the person.
necessarily.
Right, the person, right? So no one, from your view, no one actually defeats death. They only defeat death in a conceptual way that the idea of them lives on, but not them, the person lives on.
Oh no, it's the idea.
Okay, so then what view are you defending? Because it's certainly not Protestantism or Catholicism.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm more dabbling into like Gnosticism. That's what I'm saying. Like that's
Gnosticism.
Like, yeah.
Okay. And so
that's
then, are you taking the Gnostic approach that you're in type of a prison that you're here to escape, or like escape room theology?
I'm kind of thinking that maybe this is all a simulation.
Oh, a simulation. What is it a simulation of?
Well, just data.
No. Data.
Ones and zeros.
No. That's what the medium is. I'm saying what a simulation is definitionally a mimic of something else.
Right.
So what is it a simulation of? It has to mimic something else.
I believe once you die, that's the reality. Once you die, that like
death is the inevitable reality.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's
okay.
Definitely inevitable. But
Wait. Hold on a second. If you think we're in a simulation, then how would you determine whether death or being alive is real at all? Is there any real distinction?
Well, that's what I'm arguing. Like I don't know. I wonder what is reality? Doesn't like a lot of things are like computer code. Like
yeah. Okay, so if death is an illusion, then so is life under a simulation view, and so is the truth. And so it's self-refuting to be a Gnostic and hold to a simulation theory, because the thing that you're coming to knowledge of inside a simulation about the simulation you could never know of. It's epistemic nihilism. That means you just can't know anything about anything, because whatever truth that you arrive at, this is a simulation. You don't know if that's a valid truth or it's just a simulation. The very notion.
But yes.
No, even your maybes are a simulation. So you can't trust it.
Right, yeah.
You can't. So so why would you hold to a view ultimately that you can't trust?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. I don't know if we trust.
Go to divine liturgy. Just stop it. Stop. Go to divine liturgy. Look, if it's just a simulation, going to divine liturgy couldn't hurt because it's just a simulation anyway, right?
No, yeah, I'm open to that. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have to tell me where you're at, but if that's your view and there's nothing that could harm, my invitation to you is just to go to divine liturgy. Go to your nearest Eastern Orthodox church, not Oriental.
Greek Orthodox is similar to that?
Yeah, Greek Orthodox is fine. Russian parish, Serbian parish, whatever, just not Oriental. So go there. Okay. Right, that's my invitation. If you're just holding this kind of view, like what if everything's a simulation? My invitation is to go experience a divine liturgy, at least while you're here. Okay?
Right. Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
No
but
problem.
yeah, that like I was just dabbling. But yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks. Anyone else? Hollow Ninja says, upon this rock I will build my church. He didn't say Orthodox, Catholic. Well, I mean, the term Orthodox or Catholic, it would just mean the one true universal church. So that's a word concept fallacy, Hollow Ninja. If you say Christ didn't say this exact word, you might as well say Christ didn't say we can't mutilate ourselves with chainsaws, because they didn't have that term yet. No, the question is, it's not about what you call it, Hollow Ninja. It's not about what you call it. It's about Christ starting a church. And if he started a church, that church would have to follow throughout the ages. It's not about what you call it. I don't care. I don't care what you call it. Call it anything you want. But if you affirm Christ started a church and it's still in effect and it's been unchanged, then I don't care what you call it. That's not an argument. Any other prod on the spot? Prots? Oh, wait, hold on. Got a couple here. Hush tones. I don't think you're a prod. Yellow. Where is he?
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm here. What's up, man?
Who are you?
So I'm the Latter-day Saint guy who was in your chat.
Oh,
trying to
how's it
figure
going?
stuff out.
Wait, you don't sound old. You said you're too old to figure out X.
So
You're
I
not-
feel old. Like, if you hand me a new phone, I'll probably struggle to figure it out.
Oh, okay. I can't blame you
never
for
done
that. So yeah, the original. Well, I changed the title, but the original was your LDS. Were you raised LDS?
Yeah. So I was born into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Yep.
Okay. And then have you gone through a moment of inquiry to determine whether or not you're LDS because you were born into it and you believe because of that, or you believe it because you've examined its claims?
No, I totally did. So basically, I was kind of Trinitarian most of my life, if I'm honest. When I would read in the Bible, like the Father and I are one, I would actually read that with a Trinitarian lens. I thought it was actually one deity in three persons, like it was taught, you know?
Sure.
And after I went on my mission, I went to New Zealand, by the way. I miss it terribly. And I actually read the Bible almost completely from back to front. And I found a lot of things that I viewed as contradictions, direct contradictions. And I became an agnostic atheist on my mission. And when I got off my mission early, I left the church for 10 years and became an atheist.
Okay, so but the problem with that is I got a couple of things there. Is as an LDS, don't you still hold that the Bible can be fallible anyway?
That's true.
So then why would you dismiss Trinitarianism on the basis of contradictions if under your own LDS view you can have contradictions?
No, I didn't reject Trinitarian at first. It's actually me rejecting Trinitarianism is kind of a new thing. If I'm being honest, when you go to one of our churches, they don't teach like outright Trinitarians wrong. We actually have in the Doctrine and Covenants in our scripture, you can kind of like reference it to hadith, kind of like the Quranic hadith. That's kind of like that's a good equality there. But it actually refers to the Trinity as the traditions of men, which are not correct, and it also calls them the chains and the shackles and the fetters of hell.
Wait, hold on a second. Traditions of men is a biblical reference, right?
Well, yeah, I would
hold
say
on a second. What is it? First of all, what do you think traditions of men biblically is referring to at the time?
I think you're talking about when Christ was talking to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? So I would think that in the context, he was talking about the things that were adding to the law of Moses that weren't in there.
Okay, and if the Bible's fallible, then why would you hold to a distinction traditions of men if you can't be sure of what it's actually referring to because it's fallible?
No, you're totally right. So that's what I actually got to as an atheist, is I thought, so this is either rantings from ancient old guys that I don't have to care about, or they're the words of a god, or something else, and I wanted to know.
Well, my question to any LDS or Mormon is simply, why would you appeal to the Bible at all?
Because it's like you go to the doctor. The doctor is not infallible, but he's probably the best source of medicine you can have, so you're going to go to them even if they can make a mistake.
Well, hold on. A doctor has a history of a tradition of what's called medicine. It's also I don't mind the analogy, but the problem is even a doctor holds to a tradition. They don't hold that it's an infallible tradition, but their methodology for determining what constitutes effective care and not is something that you can actually manipulate. But ultimately, they're appealing to a tradition. And so the reason I asked, other doctors offer their own standard and manual from that analogy. So why don't you follow Islam?
Well, one of the main reasons I don't follow Islam, if I could I'll continue from like that point that I got in my like agnostic atheism was, again, either they're just words or they're words of a god or they're just crazy people. And again, I wanted to know. So I took it at its word, right? And I said, okay, if this is the word of God, it needs to have a supernatural effect on me. Something that's better than any other person has tried to give me advice for. that's not like directly contradictory to the Bible. I have to follow something directly in the Bible. So Jesus said in the New Testament, he said, if any man will do his will, his, of course, referring to the Father, if any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God or whether I speak of myself, speaking his own words. So I also took that to heart, and I said, okay, so he just said what I was thinking. Like, he's saying like exactly what I can do. He said I can put it to practice. So I can test these things, which I think are sometimes ridiculous. And if I don't get some sort of supernatural response or reaction or some sort of evidence, any kind of reaction, I can just...
reaction. Cause and effect.
Yeah.
Okay, but hold on a second. That makes you the standard that you're measuring God against.
No, it is true. It is true. But
hold on a second. Hold on a second. I want you to really sit with this for a second. When you determine what's from God, you're saying you're the standard to measure what's godly. It's against you. You're the standard. You're actually super to God. You're above God because you're measuring God as a technology, and whether or not it's really God is whether or not you feel something or have an effect on you. You're the standard. It's against you. You're not measuring it against God, the ultimate standard. You're measuring God against you, the standard. So if you don't feel something, or if there's not a cause and effect, you're essentially saying God is a type of technology you're interested in. And if you want to know the truth of the technology, you want to know its cause and effect, and then you'll adopt it, as opposed to what else would it be?
No, that's a really good point. I didn't really think of it that way, but I think that's actually a really good analysis of it, because when I actually did that and I actually tried what I did is I took the commandments that I thought made the least amount of sense, and I said, it's not going to do anything, so I'm just going to do it, and it's going to do nothing, and I'm not going to have to worry about this stuff anymore, right?
Well, that's it's not a good litmus altogether, because here's why. Do you believe demons exist?
I do.
Can demons have a cause and effect on you?
Of course.
Can demons give you a sense of a positive effect?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so it's not a good standard because it's leaning on your own feelings. And so if you approach what's true in regards to who God is, what is God's word, what is the revelation of God, and all these questions, you're not going to use your own feelings and in-person temporal sensory data to go, okay, that felt really godly. No, that didn't feel godly. Now, it is very Mormon of you, by the way, because, you guys have the distinction, the burning in the bosom. When I say, why do you listen to Joseph Smith? And you say, well, because he's a true prophet. And I go, how do you determine he's a true prophet? And you say, well, ultimately, I wait for a good feeling. That ends up being, ironically, everybody becomes their own Joseph Smith. And if that were the case, you wouldn't actually need Joseph Smith to begin with. You just wait for the burning feeling yourself. Well, you don't need that guy. You just keep waiting around for a feeling, and you'll just be guided like a Ouija board, right? It's like Ouija board theology. I think that's incoherent. I don't think that's a good standard for anything, let alone God and running scriptures through a cause and effect prompt to see if it produces a fun effect, like some sort of stream bot system. Like you get a super chat, and if it's a right super chat, you light up with glee or something like this. I don't think that. I also don't find that sacrificial at all. You're not actually lowering yourself or putting your own feelings and senses aside for something greater. You're actually adopting your own. You're the barometer for what's true. And if you're Twitter-pated, and if you're tickled right, then it's godly. And if you're tickled right wrong, then it's not godly. But that's not true, because I don't know if you have children, but the call to be a father or a good friend or a good brother sometimes can be painful. And so if you're called by God to be to some sort of deontology, some sort of duty, and it produces a bad feeling for you, you're going to be like, well, no, I mean, if being a good father produces a bad feeling, it's probably not being a good father. But that's not true, because being a good person, sometimes it actually hurts in the short term. It doesn't feel good. You don't get a good sense sometimes of doing the right thing. You get a sense of muscle strain, spiritual muscle strain. It's not good feeling, right? It's not good feeling to fast. You don't feel good. So, I mean, my recommendation is just look at that and just consider, because you already reasoned it through, that's not a good reason. That's not a good epistemic system for determining what's true.
You're right, by the way. So it's funny because I didn't trust the burning in the bosom feeling, and we're not taught to trust the burning in the bosom feeling as the main interlocutor for knowing truth. We're not taught that.
Yeah.
So what I did is I actually got certain feelings before when I was a kid, but when I was an agnostic, I'm like, those could just be feelings. Those could just be chemicals. I need to actually know outside of that thing. That was my whole purview.
Okay. Well, that doesn't work either, right? So you're kind of like, you're in the weights wanting, and you're trying to examine it. It sounds like you're LDS just because you're just, it's kind of like built into your life, like it's your culture. Like it's like a useful heuristic and network, which it is. It's a useful network for sure. But my invitation is to go to a divine liturgy and consider that like the wholeness of Christianity had to exist before LDS, even from your own view.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so at the bare minimum, I could ask you to attend a divine liturgy and experience what worship was for a Christian in the early centuries. Now, you hold, based on your ecclesiology, that sometime after the apostles died in the first, 100 years or whatever, except for John, of course.
200 remains. Yeah.
200, okay. So, except for John, of course.
Yes.
So, there is no real death of the apostles, but sometime during that is the falling away of the church, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, would you say if the church fell away, it would be considered an apostate church?
Yeah.
Okay.
The authority of God, we would say, was not present. And by the way, I will attend a divine liturgy.
Okay,
I've gone to Buddhist gatherings. I've gone to pagan gatherings when I was a pagan. I've gone to all kinds of stuff. I'll go.
All right, good. I'm glad you accepted the invitation.
Yeah.
So what if you said starting or around 200, do you have like a cutoff point where you would say the bride of Christ is truly comatose?
We're not taught a specific year date. Nuh-uh.
Okay, but if it started at 200, at least the falling away, is it fair to say it's an incremental, consistent falling away after that?
I would say so, because if you look at Paul's letters, he was constantly telling the church, you're doing this wrong. This is heresy. You got to not do that. Why are you doing this? This is incorrect. Don't worship angels. What are you talking about? He was rebuking them for heresy all over.
Okay. And so the question was, do you think there's an increased falling away effect after 200?
Yes, because then you don't have the apostles correcting the people directly from the voice of the Lord, and people get to run away with whatever Gnostic or their own opinions.
And would you say at the end of the 4th century, you'd have at least a substantial falling away?
I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay, and do you admit that the LDS and Mormon theology rests on a lot of assumptions about the Bible?
Like what, per se?
Just that the Bible is at all, in any meaningful way, a good document for the truth of what Christ said and taught.
I think it's fair to say that, but we would also say that God can give personal revelation. You believe he can answer prayers, right? He can answer someone and tell them Jesus is the Christ, just like he told
I wouldn't constitute that as revelation, but I want to stick to the reason I ask about the church. If it fell away by the end of the 4th century and you affirm the New Testament as a reference point, like Joseph Smith had to appeal to the Bible in any meaningful way to make references about what's true or false about Christianity to begin with. No. But the problem that I see is that if the church fell away, who are the people that compiled and determined the books of the New Testament so that Joseph Smith 1800 years later could, 1,000 plus years later could actually pick it up and go and read it? Who are the people? If the church was apostate, who was the church that compiled the New Testament books?
That's the thing. We actually have a chapter in the Book of Mormon that says that even though the church was in a bad state at the time, that those people were inspired by the Lord to take what records they had.
No, but which people are they?
It doesn't specify. Do you want me to look at the reference for you? It might take me a
Well,
little bit, though.
no. The thing in question is the Book of Mormon. So I'm trying to get from you, if it's true that Christ left anything, a church, but the church withered away, but the withered away church compiled the Bible, right? Now you have to say that the church didn't really wither away, and it's about a volume of people. It's not about the ontology of the church in a supernatural way. It's more of a reference of how many people existed in the true church. But here you still have a problem, because if you pick a group of people that were the true church in the end of the 4th century, when the Bible's finally compiled, the New Testament's compiled, and you select a bunch of people, those people are going to agree in practice. They're going to be Trinitarian in practice. They're going to agree. They're actually not going to be a lot of people, especially no lay people. They're going to be a select few of people that are Orthodox specifically, but certainly Trinitarian at the time. And you're saying, well, no, Joseph Smith says the Trinitarians who compiled the Bible were right, and their application of the Bible was wrong, apparently. But they were of the true church, and yet they didn't say, hey, I'm led by God, that you guys, Trinitarianism is false. So if you say Joseph Smith said that there were true church body members at the time of the compilation of the New Testament, and they were Trinitarian, you're also saying that God directed Trinitarian people to compile the right books of the Bible, but also didn't guide them to say, hey, Trinitarianism is false at the time.
Rather, I would say that they could receive personal revelation about the scriptures and compile what they could. They wanted to reject revelation. They were about to reject scripture. They reject other scripture, I would say, too, that's not in the Bible. I just think that the Lord helped them to compile what they could, but they made mistakes.
Yeah, but you're saying that the Lord helped them compile fallible books.
Sure.
Why would the Lord help you compile false things?
Because he wants us to accept whatever truth we're willing to accept, even if we're not going to accept all of it. That's my
Wait a
opinion.
second. I'm just going to ask you, can God guide you purposely, knowingly to falsities?
To falsities? I don't think he wants us to accept falsity, but if in, like, say, let's take a false church, right? Islam.
Forget Islam. Forget Islam. Let's go with Orthodoxy, because Orthodoxy, from your view, is a false church, but Orthodoxy compiled the Bible. So a false church compiled the Bible from LDS perspective.
I want to be so respectful, though, because I don't want to call any church like
you have to
totally false.
Nephi 13. Hold on a second.
No,
you do Nephi 13. Any of the false churches, even if it's a broad sweeping statement, a generality, what's called the whore of the earth. I'd much rather you use your own doctrinal language. I know it. It's the whore of the earth. Any church that's false is the whore of the earth. The whore of the earth compiled the New Testament.
No, so that's a different thing. So the whore of the earth are those who murder the saints, the Lamb of God.
What do you mean? Is that actual, or is that murdering the Lamb of God is filtering and perverting truth?
So what I was taught, what I've listened to one of our leaders, is the whore of all the earth are those, she has the blood of the saints in her skirts. And I think that's a big distinction between people who are willing to know truth and they don't want to commit whoredoms, whereas she seems to revel in them and know that they're whoredoms and still does them.
Well, isn't one of the things that constitutes doing them is actually perverting Scripture?
But people, when they don't know if what they're doing is perverting, then I don't think they're in the same condemnation. If people believe honestly that the Trinity is true.
Okay, good question. How would a Christian at the time know that the claims of Joseph Smith were true at the time, before Joseph Smith?
Well, they could have known by personal revelation, but we don't believe that there were prophets, so it would have been very hard.
Well, no, it's impossible.
Yeah, I would.
So if it's impossible to point to an early church that's doing the right thing, then it's impossible from a Mormon view now. It cooks Mormonism.
Except we do believe that personal revelation even came to people during the apostasy.
No, hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt, but we're not talking about what you believe. We're talking about your epistemic criteria. If you can't know who's a part of the true church and who's not, in the 4th century, then you can't say who's gotten revelation or not. And by the way, nobody of that time, is claiming or practicing an ongoing open revelatory system.
So I think we're talking past each other. So we believe in a difference between personal revelation and revelation to the whole world. We think that you can know that Jesus really existed, even like in the time that we would claim as the apostasy, you could still know that Jesus was still the Christ and that God is your Father and He loves you. But
wait. Can you know that without the Bible and the preservation of that doctrine?
Yeah, we don't need a Bible to know that God's real.
Well, no, I didn't say God's real. I said Christ. Christ is the person. So is there any way for you to demonstrate knowledge of Christ without appealing to the preserved documentation of Christ and his teachings?
Visitation of angels?
Well, no, angels, like I asked for a demonstration. I didn't say hypothetically. I said, how would you know that someone can have the revealed knowledge of Christ, a man who lived from a Christian view as God defeating death? He taught also, which is another documentation, right? This is a historical account, right, that you guys have appealed to. Tell me how you could like if Joseph Smith could come to the knowledge of Christ without knowing of Christ through the Bible, you're going to have to tell me how that's possible.
Visions or visitation. Oh my goodness. Am I still talking?
Visitations. Well, visitations.
Sorry, little lag.
Okay. Visitations of angels would presuppose a certain paradigm. So like that would just reaffirm Christian revelation. And the problem with Mormonism among many is its ecclesiology is broken because, you know, if you hold that a false church compiled the New Testament, you have to then say, well, no, that's true. A false church generally compiled the New Testament and they were Trinitarian. They taught falsities. But a select few of them got it right. Got what right?
I think you can get some things right, but still get massive things wrong.
No. Get what right?
That God is our Father. Jesus is the Christ. Holy Ghost is real.
No. Like, look, in the 4th century, while they're compiling the New Testament, how would you know at the time that the right books were chosen?
By a personal revelation to the Holy Ghost.
Yeah, but there's no evidence of personal revelation to personal people at the time.
Then that's a problem with Nicene. Go ahead.
No, that's just not what they like. You have no documentation or historical accounts aside from Joseph Smith just saying so. If you need to appeal to a true church existing and a valid church existing at the time, then you're also admitting that there's no way to know that you're a part of the true church in the 400 year. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't have knowledge of it.
Except through personal revelation, as to Peter.
Yeah, but that's the thing in question. And so if there's no other way for you to know, how do I be a Christian and where do I go today in the 4th century? Clearly, you hold that if all of the churches at the time were Trinitarian, you would say, if I asked how would a true Christian from your view, who is not Trinitarian, how would they know where to go to church in the year 400?
Again, it's going to be the same response. We believe that God answers prayers and you can know from him what to do.
Let's grant it. Where is that church?
So we think the church was not present there. If people did ever pray that prayer, I think it would have been interesting to hear nowhere at the moment.
Okay, so you can't have those two propositions. You can't say it's possible through personal revelation to be guided to the true church, but the true church doesn't exist.
They can just say it'll come later.
Well, no, at the time, that means someone at the time couldn't be Christian at the time the New Testament was compiled.
Of course they can. Christ said, by this shall men know that ye are my disciples, if you have love one to another. Not that we have the correct Trinitarian formula.
No, forget the Trinity. I'm talking about your view, which is a non-Trinitarian view. There's no church to go to. That means God, Christ himself started a church that doesn't exist.
Well, it did exist. It's just the people rejected it.
Well, no, they if it existed and they rejected it, you can't reject something that doesn't exist.
So the text itself has been diluted. That's how I would say. And they accepted the traditions and we would say incorrect teachings as true. And then they rejected the truth that contradicts that as being false.
Okay, but the thing is, it's not about reading propositions in Scripture. It's about the practice. So if you agree that being a Christian isn't a set of reading propositions, Trinitarian or not, but a practice in the world, right?
Sure.
The church at the time in 400, right, when the Bible's compiled, the New Testament's compiled, when I asked you, how would you know if I sent you back in time, right, as a Mormon, right, as LDS, I sent you back in time, how would you know where to go to church and practice Christianity?
All I'd be able to do is pray, because I know that there weren't any prophets called by God. There are not any more apostles. There's no more public revelation.
So is the answer you wouldn't know where to go to church because it didn't exist?
I think if that were to happen, I'd receive revelation personally that no one's correct, and you just need to have faith where you are.
Okay, faith in what, though? That's the thing. It's like, this is why it's so circular. In order to have a concept of revelation, right, in the 4th century, your system doesn't exist then. So it's like you're actually taking the Mormon LDS ecclesiology and methodology back into the past, but it didn't exist in the past. And so what you end up doing right now is that you say, well, we have ongoing revelation. How do you know what revelation is in the year 400?
So I don't take my information from this point back there, is what you're saying?
I'm asking you, in the year 400, some person who's a lay person, how does he understand what revelation is from your perspective at the time?
But do I still know my Latter-day Saint point of view, or is that not there?
No, you don't, because your Latter-day Saint point of view is unnecessary. If you hold there is a true church as people, but there's select people who get revelation. When I ask you, how would you know who those are? You don't have an answer for that. But even that said, their concept of revelation is still bound to their knowledge of Christianity, even the term revelation.
Yeah, but my answer would still be prayer, that we can ask the
Your
Lord
idea of prayer, your idea of prayer would be strapped to the Christian ecclesiology that you're denying.
Except that anyone can communicate with God, even if it's not due to a text.
Anybody can communicate with demons. The question of who they're communicating is another problem, but the question about a prayer itself is the problem, is that when you go back in time, you have to strap yourself to an ecclesiology you reject, borrow the terms prayer, revelation, church, faith, practice, and yet from your own view, you couldn't find a single person in the early church from the year 100 to 500. You couldn't find a single person that's practicing or teaching what you're saying right now.
That you can't know from God by prayer, or like the whole
thing. You can't find a single person or group who's making the statements that you're making right now insofar as practice.
But at the very least, they would have their faith in the Lord and prayer. Again, that's kind of like my main answer.
Yeah, it's all circular. It's like, who's the Lord then? Faith in who? Well, faith in the revealed life and teachings of Jesus Christ, which needs preservation. But your system says that wasn't preserved, so you wouldn't have any knowledge of it. It's like, it's a whole shebang. It's like, it doesn't work, dude.
I think that's kind of a caricature, because we do believe it was preserved, but not preserved perfectly.
The question isn't what you believe. The question is justifying your belief historically.
Yeah, we have it all over. It's kind of
all
everywhere.
over. Okay. How do you? I'll ask you again. If your belief in all of that there is a falling away and there's a preservation, but there's still a falling away, give me one point of reference in the year 400 of this apostasy.
The lack of apostles and prophets and new revelation.
What? No, that's circular.
It's plain as day. They don't even know what God is. That's why they had the discussion at the Nicene Creed. They didn't even know what they worshipped anymore.
No. Give me evidence that there's a falling away of that the apostles and what they taught was not actively and effectively passed down. Give me evidence of that.
The evidence is no more public revelation, and they didn't know what God was anymore.
Give me evidence that someone held to ongoing revelation.
Held to?
I wish that they taught ongoing revelation.
I wish someone did, but I don't think that anyone did at the time.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad you at least jumped on and accepted an invitation. I really do. For wherever you are, in theology and your practice to check in with a divine liturgy and just experience what early church practice would look like at the very least.
No, I'll go. No, I'll
Okay,
totally
cool.
go. I've been to all kinds of faiths. I really love going, actually.
Awesome. Good. Awesome. Well, there's one more person requested, but I appreciate you jumping on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Vasilios.
Oh, I didn't hop off now, right?
Yeah, you can hop off. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks for the time, Jim Bob.
Yeah, no problem, man.
God bless.
God bless you. Anyway. Yeah, so there's a ecclesiastical problem there, obviously, because the claim is when the apostles no longer exist, there's no more open revelation. And the question is, who held that there's ever open revelation to begin with? And you can't. There's nothing you can point to. You know, so it can't be tracked to have that open system when you can't point to where the open system existed and was taught to begin with. Is there another person I just accepted on Vasilios?
Yes, it's actually Isaiah from Discord.
What's going on? How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Good.
So to that point, you're making very good points, and the main point about asking about the canon is where it all kind of starts. Here's why. The Council of Carthage, 397. In the first two canons, you have the statutes of the Nicene Council are to be scrupulously observed. Then it explains. The next canon is the preaching on the Trinity that is to be universally dogmatically recognized. And then, 22 canons later, you get the canon of Scripture as to what is to be read in the church. Right? So here's the issue. It's either if you reject the Trinity, you're necessarily rejecting the canon or the Bible itself. Yeah. In order to get access to the Bible, you have to go through the canons, and all the canons are dogma, or all the canons are, in the same sense, on the same level. So to reject the Trinity, you're rejecting getting access to the Bible.
Yes, I agree with that. Their workaround, which isn't a logically coherent workaround, is simply that there are particular nominal minds that represent their true church, which, without their knowledge, they are a part of the true body. They currently affirm the Trinity, but they're a part of the true church. And so that's kind of what they end up saying is like, you can get a collection of people at the time who all dogmatically agree with everything you just said, but they, unknown to them, they're a part of the true church that eventually rejects the Trinity. And so obviously it's completely incoherent. It's basically like saying like God planted, without their free will and knowledge, God planted marionette cells into the true church. They were Trinitarian, but they themselves are carrying forth the true anti-Trinitarian dogma somehow, even though actively they're actually affirming the Trinity, practicing the Trinitarian worship, but they just don't know that they're carrying forth the true anti-Trinitarian doctrine. And by the way, Unitarians have the same problem, right? In general.
Well, I don't even if they did bring this up like in a conversation or a dialogue, wouldn't that just be then like flat contradiction? Like, okay, they affirm what the proposition, they affirm the Trinity, and then you're saying, oh no, there's this other sense in which they don't know that they deny the Trinity.
They don't know. Okay, they don't know they deny it. Yes.
And it's also just like super ad hoc as well. It's like Deacon Ananias says, it's epistemic bootstrapping.
Yes, it is. Like you're just inventing a team that's on your team that you have no evidence is on your team, but just trust that they're on your team. But they don't even know they're on your team. They're like, I don't even know. I lived a full life of fasting and prayer and triune worship, right? Participation through the sacraments, veneration, and the rest. But I just didn't know that I was not Trinitarian that whole time,
Exactly. It's not.
I just didn't know it. It's like Muslims worship the same. Look, it's similar to Muslims worshiping the triune Godhead argument, where it's like you're gaslighting them. Basically, you're saying, no, you don't know you're worshiping Christ incorrectly. And they're like, brother, I don't worship Christ. I don't believe God is a father or a son and this stuff. God no die, brother. And you're like, yeah, but you just don't know that you're worshiping Christ. You know, you're so cute in how you do that. Like, you just don't know it. That's essentially, that's why there's such a similarity between also Muslims and Mormons is like the Mormon dilemma applies to any restoration theology, any one of them. It doesn't matter which one. Eventually, you'll find a point in time, a time and a place where they both affirm a true church and deny it at the same time.
To that point as well, and I'll say this and I'll leave out. Appreciate you for allowing me to speak.
Yeah.
But even that independent Baptist Protestantism at a flat level, like at its foundational level, had to go into that conclusion as well. At some point in history, there was somewhere where the true church wasn't, or the church wasn't, and it mysteriously and obscurely was missing, and then now the certain Protestantisms and sects now have this one thing.
Yes.
And you're
it's a double bride. And by the way, it's so perverse because they affirm the death and resurrection of Christ, defeating death, the gospel, and everything that it offers. But then they say the bride of Christ, the church, also went through a coma phase and needed to be brought back to life. And so they have kind of like a double resurrection phase. And they can never tell you when the bride of Christ fell asleep and got fully restored either. Like they just like Luther could say it, Joseph Smith could say it, but that's what they're saying. They're saying like the church can go into a coma sleep and it needed to be we needed to wait for the right person. It's like a princess story. It's like a Disney story. It's weird. It's like kissing the sleeping being to wake them up. And now we're back, guys. We're back. We're finally back. It's like, what? It doesn't track historically. Anyway.
Thanks for letting me speak.
Hey, no problem, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. I feel like that might be all we're going to get from the Proddies today. It's nice to have a surprise Mormon in there, though. That's nice. That's always nice. Yeah, I think I blame Jay. I think I'm going to close this out, you guys. I'm gonna blame him. He it's like zombie slaying. Like it's all they're all done for. He ruined my segment. Prod on the Spot doesn't exist anymore. Can you believe it? Can you believe this? All right. You guys know my rule. 2 minutes, very unlikely. Unless Jason Cassell's listening. So I might start one more. I have to end on a win. And 1 out of 10 is not a win. So, just so you know. There's one more goal coming. On its way. Poor guys. Anyway. Alchemist, come on, man. How can you hold on to Calvinism, dude? Joey Pyle, thank you so much, Joey. Always coming in with the time 20 tip at the end. Never says anything, but says it all at the same time. Legend. Zombie Bride is great rhetoric. It's really good rhetoric, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Another tenner comes in. Thank you so much. Who knows? 7 in a minute? That would be crazy. That'd be crazy. How do you know you're elect is the age-old question, Alchemist. What's the methodology to know you're elect? What is it? Some of your friends and family could use that money. Yeah, I'm a friend of the family. Thanks for reminding him, atheist. You hear that, guys? Atheist has some ideas of how you guys willingly use your hard-earned money. Atheist has ideas if you guys want. Thank you, Schweitz. Snagglebeast, thank you so much. Don't, Jim Bob. You're supposed to fail the goal, but at the same time vehemently assert that you're the winner. I know. Been working on that as well. Uncle. As long as it's, yeah, as long as you have pride and you feel it. I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. It's the most prideful crap I've ever seen. It's so bad. I had a big spat with, who's that guy? Will something? Will something. He's a bald Calvinist guy on X. I had a big exchange with him, and I was dedicated to doing a stream just showing the back and forth because it was so maddening. But then I got tired. But it was bad. It was like you simply ask, how do you know? And it's like evolution. How do you know? How does this happen? They go, that it happened. I'm sorry. Are you here? Are you here with me? What methodology do you use to determine someone's elect? Oh, it's possible. What? Other Kyle. Austin Titilio. Total silencing. I don't know what that $10 says because of Austin. Get them hot fingers, dude. Got those maniacal sausages. Dude is a total power hungry plumber. Thank you, Darth Jeff. Power hungry. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to take the power away. Austin's like wearing that ring, dude. Seeing red everywhere. That's Super Checo. Yeah, he just booted it. He just completely annihilated it. He's crazy. He's like losing it. He's like anything but that other Kyle. Anything. No goal met. Yeah, thank you. Not a single goal. Look, I'll count it as a met. It was a couple seconds late. I'm not going to keep you guys here forever. Take 24-hour atheist. Yeah, take 24 hours, atheist. Complaining about everything. 24 hours. You're out. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. Who else is fitting for this audience? No one deserves you guys. So, not a single person deserves your eyeballs in your ears and all your funnies. I have the funniest chat on the internet. Definitely funniest. My BIPOC? I'm not sure yet, actually. Wait, what? Why is this happening? I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. Love is all around me. The only thing that shows. What the hell, bro? What's my password? Well, thank you for...
Bro, the stickers go hard you need. Never did I think stickers on a water bottle would get engagement.
That's right. Yeah, thank you for that. What are you guys doing this to me? Why are you kicking me out of my own system, bro? Unbelievable, man. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yes, it's me. Yes, it's me. All right. That's funny. All right. Let's send you guys on your way. Was Tony able to convince you that def rap is a good genre? No, it's bad. It's a bad genre. I hate it. I hate watching it. Oh, goodness.
Holy cow!
Thank you, sir. Okay. Deal.
Big super chat.
Deal. You can't twist my little arm. You know what I should do, though? I should change guitars for once in my life. These guys are getting neglected. Oh, hello. Hello, you. Rubber Bridge. How you doing? Oh, I'm so sorry. Got to tune this guy up. Poor thing. I highly recommend Orange Wood Rubber Bridge. Fantastic little guy. C. All right. D. I can't wait to teach my daughters how to tune a guitar, because I could have them tune them for me. That sound, y'all. Hold on, I think I missed one. House of the Rising Sun. And another big mountain town. Thank you so much. That coming right up. And you guys get a treat with this rubber bridge. Can you guys hear it okay? I feel like it could go up a little bit, actually. Put this up a little bit. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the Rising Sun. And it's been the ruin of many poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor. She sold my new blue jeans. Father was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Now the only thing a gambler needs is a toothbrush and a drum. And the only time he feels satisfied is when he's on the trunk. My chat's dumb? Well, they were determined to be, under your Calvinist view. Now, mother, tell your children not to do what I've done. Spend your time in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Got one foot on the platform and the other's on the train, and I'm going back to New Orleans to wear my ball and chain. There is a house in New Orleans. Call it the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. There is a house in New Orleans. Call it the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. I was born in a mountain town, in a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I sit up on those rocks and I dream about leaving that old mountain town. So I went out to Hollywood land with this old guitar, not a dollar in my hand. And I never made a deal, my soul they couldn't steal. Packed it up and I left the Hollywood land. Time to head on down the road. I can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. So I went back to the mountain town. Got a little old farmhouse by the stream, and I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. Time head on down the road. I can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. Reminds you of John Prine. I like him. He's good. Actually, I have a song that's very much like him. I'll sing it right now. It's another original. First one wasn't original. That one was original, and this is an original. It's early in the evening and I'm yelling to the sky. Well, I swear I seen the second sun, I'm telling you no lie. Like a pair of burning eyes staring at me from afar. Thought I'd chase them down, so I hopped on in my car. And as I turned the key, looked and they were gone. Don't know what I seen, but something's going on. Bright September morning, not a single cloud in sight. Ground Zero's calling for a non-existent flight. Got double game of Jenga that came tumbling to the floor. Something had to justify a 25-year war. The mothers, they came forward, demanding truth for all. Well, anyone with a half a brain would know that's not how buildings fall. Well, you can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. Sorry, I haven't played this guitar in a while. 1969, and we're gathered round the tube. Oh, Jack is dead after he said we're going to the moon. And everyone believed that we finally won the race. Now the whole world's mesmerized by animated space. Half a century later, and we still have not gone back. But we nailed it on our first attempt at a flimsy tinfoil shack. Well, you can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. Now I go outside and I see zombies everywhere, with windshields on their faces, looking for the next big scare. And all their little screens tell them they're close to harm. Big Pharma says no worries, just let us in your arm. But I don't know about you, I'm keeping my veins clean. I will not be an extra in your one world movie scene. 'Cause you can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. Well, you can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy anytime. There it is, folks. There it is. There, I did it. I did it. Welcome back, new guitar. I've missed you. I'm sorry I favored the other guitar over you. I know it's wrong what I did to you. And I hope you forgive me, guitar. Oh wait, you're an object. No one cares what you think because you can't think at all, guitar. All right. Best streamer? Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. Completely. All right, I'm looking for people. Place is gonna be slightly worse. Enjoying my stream so much that you can burst. This is the best stream, 'cause this is the best stream. Try to pretend the next stream is good. That'll make you a liar, and that's not good. Who's it gonna be? to me. I feel bad. I feel bad. Now it's time to say goodbye. Didn't like that note. Now it's time to say goodbye. Only slightly better that time. Now it's time to say goodbye. Now it's time to say goodbye. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It's time to say goodbye. It doesn't mean I don't love you. Now it's time to say goodbye. Now it's time to say goodbye. Now it's time to say goodbye. See you later, not now. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
Jimmy crack on and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy cracked on and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught, on it what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.